Good morning. It is Friday, October 27th, 2023. This is a School Board of Manatee County workshop. And we got a good agenda today. Some good discussions I'm sure will be happening. We did have a few agenda amendments, just board and public, so you know, just some additional things, changing of some of when people were going to present and them adding some presentations and things like that we amended. So with that, we'll move to our public comments for the morning before we get into our items, so we can hear from the public on the items that they feel strongly about that we may touch with today. So I believe I only have one still, correct, Laura? And that public comment is from Heather Felton. So come on down.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I wanted to speak to you regarding the Ready to Grow things that you guys are going to be going over today, particularly the Strategy 1, adjusting salary schedules to remain competitive relative to current workforce standards and benefits. With the funding from the state and the millage, you guys have done a great job of raising base pay to try and keep competitive and bring teachers in. But I'd like to remind you that when I left the system, after 9 years, I was still making base pay. Okay, 9 years of making base pay. There's got to be a way to find something to increase longevity, to provide some sort of assistance to those teachers who have been in the system. Last meeting, you were talking about also the exit interviews and finding out why people are leaving. You need to find out what's going on with them before they leave. Exit interviews are all well and good, but that's not going to keep them in their classrooms, in the offices. All right, your teachers and your support staff are struggling. All right, they are struggling. Please keep that in mind. There is also some information here about mentoring new teachers. I was a teacher mentor to new teachers, just informally with new teachers who were new to the system, new hires, as well as teachers who were new to our school. All right, that doesn't take a lot of work. But I was also a teacher trainer. So I had teacher interns twice. It's like having an additional class. All right, it's not just, they watch you teach and then they teach and you're all good and you hang out during planning period. There is a lot of work that goes into that. And there is nothing that benefits the trainer. There is no additional pay, there's no stipend, there's nothing. It's like having an extra prep. So if you're teaching 2 or 3 different preps, different levels, different courses, now you have an intern teacher, that's an additional prep where you meet with them during your planning period. You review things, you do observations, all the things that the principals do when they come into the classroom, you're doing it all the time with that new teacher. There is no benefit to the teacher who's doing the training. Nothing. But you're talking about in here, getting them that support, which is fabulous. Last semester, we paid our interns. I was so excited for that. I had an intern last semester. You've hired her at the district. She's now teaching in my old classroom, and I'm incredibly proud of her. And she was able to get paid to work there, which is great. But your teachers who are doing the training, they also could use a little something beyond a mug or a certificate. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comments. So first item for the workshop today is superintendent update on 100-day entry plan. I know you've got a presentation for us, Dr. Wysong. So floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Choate and board members. I'm going to talk from down here just so you're not looking at an angle for this entire update.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
I do too.
That affects you.
Although I must have.
Yeah, because I have to watch this, or I have to turn around, or if people are staring at me and they're not really staring at me, they're staring at him.
Kind of fun for me, but whatever you want.
And Ms. Cox, am I controlling the slides or you? I have them from down here? Okay.
Do you want us to?
No, I've got them.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
The arrows.
All right. All right, so board members, we had discussed back when I interviewed for the position, I brought you a draft entry plan for what I thought the first academic quarter would look like. Titled that document Momentum Manatee. And I emphasized at the time that it was a draft because as an external candidate, I didn't have all of the information, all of the data, and there would certainly be changes along the way, and there certainly were. And so it was May 11th that you saw this document for the first time. And it's been a whirlwind of 5 months ever since, but in a good way. So this document, as a reminder, contained a series of proposed action steps, things that I would prioritize. And as we discussed, or as I discussed with each of you, because this was during the one-on-ones that the public did not see, the key to these entry plans is not to say they have to be exactly 90 days or exactly 100 days. You figure out when are you starting, which at that point we didn't know, and then kind of when does the first academic quarter end. So I think this ended up being about a 105-day time period, but again, the general purpose, of course, at the time was to show you how I was thinking about what the first quarter would look like. I have used this Momentum Manatee phrase internally with our district leadership team. And again, I am very respectful of the past progress that's been made in the district, the work that's been done by community leaders, by former district leaders, and certainly by principals and teachers, while acknowledging, and I think we all know that there's more work to do. The other piece that maybe is different about this entry plan versus maybe what some of the other new superintendents in Florida did is this is a financially and academically stable district, and so we didn't need to come in and make 25 changes in the first 15 days. So this was really about and again, the key terms were right on the cover, listening to understand and then taking some time to reflect and then reporting back to the board. And so we're at the report stage now. In talking with the leadership team here, both the cabinet, the directors, the principals, really talking about momentum from the perspective of things are always going to change. I think we've learned that very well in education the last 20 years. And so constant motion, but also purposeful and focused. And the term that I've been using as I go out and meet with departments and schools is we want to have calm sense of urgency. Our kids deserve the very best. We don't have time to wait, but we don't need to act out of panic, and we don't need to be frantic about the changes we made. We have to be deliberate. We have to be thoughtful. We have to be fiscally responsible, and we have to be mindful of the change management process. So that was kind of the arc of the plan design. There were 6 areas that were included in the plan, a total of 52 activities. I am not, just for the sake of time, I am not going to go through all 6 areas and all 52 items, but board members, I will give you a report that provides both, examples and then thoughts on each of those items, and that'll be in writing to each of you, and it's forthcoming. And certainly some of the activities are more complete than others. Others continue because they're ongoing meetings, ongoing discussions, more introductions, and so I'll give you a written status update on those items just so that you have an opportunity to reflect. But just some highlights. I have tried from a time perspective to balance meeting internal and external stakeholders and certainly key groups internally are listed, although that's not all of them. There are some great photos on this slide, and there are a lot more, but we just picked a couple for the purposes of this presentation. A quick Friday evening with the Lakewood Ranch High marching band during a lightning delay. They played the first number in their halftime performance, and then Mr. Dalquist and I took a photo with all of them in the band room. That will be one of those unexpected memories I will not forget. It was just what an awesome group. It's been fun to spend time in kindergartens up through leadership classes at high schools, and board members, you've tagged along for some of these visits, and I hope you've enjoyed those, and I'll continue to invite you to those. I think it's important for you to hear directly from our principals about what's going well, what's keeping them up at night, what challenges they have. It's good to watch class change on the secondary schools, see what that looks like, and then get in classes and watch our teachers inspire students. And it re-energizes me to get out on the campuses and see our teachers and our students in action. I've also tried to spend some time at all of our support facilities, and it's been great to get to know some of the folks behind the scenes who make this district work every single day. Then on, again, balancing kind of internal and external stakeholders, have hosted a lot of meetings here at the School Support Center, but also have been out on the road quite a bit. The range of philanthropic organizations in this community is really striking. There are a lot of wonderful people doing great work for students and families. I saw another great example of that this week, but there really have been dozens of those. I've been thankful to each of you for making your networks available to me. Each of you have introduced me to people who have helped me with the history of things and kind of where we're at now and what people's hopes and expectations are for the future. And so I certainly appreciate that. And then on my end, professional learning is important, and there's a lot to learn as a new superintendent. I've been able to attend a total of 3 Florida Association of District School Superintendent meetings. One actually was in June at the joint Florida School Board Association conference before I think we did the contract approval the following week, but it was good to be with many of you there. And then I had meetings with the superintendents in September and October. With so many new superintendents in Florida, FADS is doing an awesome job supporting all of us and being available for questions. And then, of course, the 6 of us have been engaged in the Florida School Boards Association Master Board Training, and that was something that I talked to each of you about in the one-on-one meetings on May 11, that my personal opinion was that we shouldn't wait for a year to do that we should hit the ground running and get right in and talk about effective governance and how to work together. And I know we've had 2 of those 4 sessions, and the 3rd one I think is coming up next month, and so look forward to those ongoing conversations. From the many meetings I've done, the Chamber of Commerce Planning and Leadership Conference in September was very insightful, both in terms of meeting a lot of folks, but also listening, getting a lot of that regional data, hearing about governmental, non-governmental kind of future plans for the region. Has really helped clarify some of my thinking about workforce development and some of the college and career planning. And then finally, board members, thank you for allowing me to participate in one of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School building tours. I did that 2 Saturdays ago, and I won't talk a lot about that in public, but I will tell you it was impactful. It will be another experience that I will never forget. And many lessons learned from that. I felt that was a solemn obligation to attend that tour. So, in terms of just some very broad lessons learned, again, and I think I started talking to all of you about this my 2nd week here, but the generosity of this community is truly remarkable. And I have not seen such a coordinated effort among the 501c3s to work together rather than competing for resources and donors. There is so much goodwill and so much humility among some of the frankly high dollar donors in this community who don't want recognition. They just want to see great things happening for kids and families, and that's again been a source of energy for me during this first quarter. I have really enjoyed getting out, and I think people have indicated that they appreciate the visibility, and again, I've seen time and time again that people just want to be heard. Even yesterday, board members, when we did, cabinet served lunch out at our Matsky Support Center to transportation, maintenance, facilities, construction services. Great conversations yesterday, and again, people just want to be heard and have the opportunity to give their feedback. A little bit of adjustment for me, a lot of structural differences between Seminole and Manatee, a lot of great stuff here, but always stopping to make sure that I'm not applying a way of thinking in a different region to the way that things work here. And also a big difference time and energy wise in my old role as deputy, this role as superintendent, and again, just adjusting to all of the public evening events versus in my old role where in the evenings I was in my office churning out work. So just a little bit of a different mode of operation. And then finally, and my guess is most superintendents probably talk about this when they finish their entry plans, never really allocate enough time for all the unexpected things. And so, for example, when I gave you this document, we knew there were 2 leadership vacancies on the org chart. By July 3rd, when I got here, there were 4, and 3 of the 4 were direct reports to me, which changed quickly the tempo of what July looked like, because we had to get with that many vacancies, we had to get some things in place quickly before the first day of school to be sure that this ship was stable. So, so that was one example. Of course, we had the 2-day cancellation of school and the 4 shelters for hurricanes. That always impacts the calendar when it's all done. We also had a charter application come in right after I started on July 3rd. We didn't build any time in originally for that, but certainly those are, major impacts to the staff. Had a couple of, we had one other charter issue and one contracted site issue that had to get settled before the first day of school. So those are examples of things that certainly as a candidate in April and May, I wasn't thinking about for July and August. Just some acknowledgments again, board members. Thanks to each of you for sharing your time, your networks, your thoughts. And Chairman, thank you. The burden when you bring in a new superintendent, the burden is always a little bit higher on the board chair. And at important moments, each of you have helped connect me to people to make decisions or get critical feedback. So I just appreciate all of you for making this transition smooth. To my team, Mr. Rinaldi, Mr. Jensen, Ms. Sellers, Ms. DiAgostino, and Mr. Chapman, thank you for your patience. Kevin Chapman and Omar Edwards in particular organized a lot of initial meetings with external stakeholders, and even to the point where on 2 occasions where I asked Mr. Edwards to just take me through some neighborhoods and share community history. Not only did he do that, he had stops set up along the way, and there were people getting in and out of cars so that we could talk for 15 minutes between stops. It was incredible. Mike Barber and his communications team documenting a lot of this work, but and then also managing a lot of the events. I think board members, the first conversation I had with Mr. Chapman in the transition before I even got here was that this Manatee Chamber event would probably be the first big speaking event, so we should have some time. But then we ended up doing Tiger Bay and a headliner's lunch before we even got to the retreat. So I know their team, plus the leadership conference, which was 2 Monday. I started on the 3rd, and the leadership conference was the 17th for our internal administrators. So they had less than 2 weeks to put all of that together, and just very grateful to the team, because it's not, these transitions are not easy on them. And then finally to Laura Eaton and Laura Cox, who are adjusting to my different scheduling methods and keeping up with me. I thank you both. So just to move into a little more substantive, and all of this is just my thoughts based on the first quarter only. My thoughts might be different in 2 or 3 months, but this is what's on my mind after the first academic quarter. And board members, I'm not asking for answers or feedback today. This is for you to start thinking about and reflecting on. This slide will be one of my probably favorite artifacts from the first year, because I've used it repeatedly and intentionally so that people hear the same message over and over again. But this was a slide I shared with the principals when I met them for the first time on together as a group on July 17th, and kind of what was important to me in terms of maintaining momentum and taking advantage of opportunity, and that message hasn't changed. People are always looking for signal, especially when you get a new leader in, and so I'm trying to to make sure that there's clarity in my messaging. And as you can see, safety always our highest priority, and I think we've talked about that over and over again. Really working with our teams to talk about high expectations with high support from bottom to top, meaning it starts in the classroom. If our teachers have high expectations of all students with high support, we will get the learning growth, board members, that you're expecting. And I've been at 2 schools this week for extended visits and classroom walks, and saw lots of great examples of teachers implementing high expectations with high support. And that, again, starts in the classroom and it works all the way up to the cabinet. That the folks in this room, that the expectations for their performance are very high, but I will do everything I can to support them. And then, again, I'm not going to talk about all of these, but that focus on literacy and my expectation that kids are reading and writing and speaking and listening in school every single day. And I know that the principals grabbed at that and talked about that in their pre-planning, and we're seeing that at schools all over the district. And then that last piece has been a big internal message, and SOS by one is answered by all. And when we talk about the challenges of the classroom, the challenges of the principalship, all of these jobs can feel lonely at times, and I think when we build good colleague relationships and when we come to each other's aid in times of need, it makes our organization stronger. So that's been a consistent message. In terms of some thoughts on very next steps, what's on my mind, and I've divided these among the 3 divisions of the organization. Academic services, obviously literacy is the top academic focus. There's a lot of great work already happening on early literacy, and I think we need to figure out how we continue to invest more resources and more focus in the early years. Some of you have talked about that and are passionate about that. How we monitor for that expectation of reading, writing, speaking, and listening every day in schools. And then our schools are right now very focused on the lowest quartile, the students scoring in the bottom 25%. And how we support them. That metric is back in the accountability system with all of the standards resets. And so some of that, I think, with the assessment transition, it can't be monitored as well. And so now that we're back on the clock for that, our schools are diving back into that work. And then our leadership team and Mr. Jensen, Dr. Breslin are going to be looking closely at both our students with disabilities and English language learners subgroups to see what we can do to continue to enhance service delivery to students and families in both of those subgroups. With STEM and CTE, we've added a lot of initiatives. Again, this is an innovation district. We need to be sure we're planning for long-term sustainability and that teachers are getting refresh, when they need it. And then, moving forward, I want to look at making sure that as new ideas, new initiatives come to the table, that we're talking about not just technology and future specific careers. I want to be sure that we're looking at the skill add of those programs. So making sure that whatever we're bringing in is also helping students to enhance their analytical reasoning, problem solving, collaboration and communication skills. Those are all workforce skills anyway. We don't know what careers our kindergartners right now are going to pursue in 25 years, but if they have a sharp skill set, they will make the content adjustments based on whatever happens next in our economy. We very much will need to focus on high school graduation rate, especially with the higher concordance scores coming into play for SAT this year. That was announced a couple of years ago and then delayed, and now we're here and we're on the clock for those higher scores, and we've got to be sure we're serving our current high school students well. But I think we also need to look a little bit at 8th to 9th grade progression and looking at some of the programs that are in place to be sure that our 9th graders are hitting the ground in high school ready to go. I'm also interested in studying some readiness and performance for students who are spending a long time in the school district of Manatee County versus students who are coming in from other areas. And there's some research related to the number of transitions you make and how that is correlated to ultimately to graduation rate, but also the students who have been here a long time, what is their readiness because they've benefited from our teachers and our programs compared to students coming from other places. So we'll be doing some research work on that. College and career planning is already a priority here. Again, that's an ongoing process, and it's guidance counselors. It's our college and career advisors. A lot of different groups working together. And then finally, I've had the privilege of interacting with a lot of great student leaders already, visited some of our student government classes. I've also, as I've been out at Friday night football, asking to be introduced to our drum majors. We have a lot of dynamic student leaders, and I think we have an opportunity to kind of catalyze some of those groups across the areas they're from: arts, athletics, CTE, academics, extracurriculars, and really do some unique leadership work for students who are already identifying that as an interest or a strength. In terms of operations, again, safety and security enhancements are a priority. We're in this transition to threat management. We have hundreds of employees that have to be trained on the state's new system by January 1. That's moving right along, but from an operational perspective, we have to get that done and be ready for that change on January 1. The physical safety upgrades are continuing, as you're all aware of from our shade session last week. And I think it's important we have to continue to really emphasize employee readiness. This photo is from a tabletop exercise that I participated in earlier this week at one of our schools. And again, all of our agencies are showing up, which is great because you have that opportunity to communicate. You have opportunity for principals to see those agencies at the table. We've got to continue that, and we have to recognize, and I think we've already talked about this year as a group, that we're going to have students who make unfortunate choices, and as the adults, we have to get the response right every time. And so employee readiness and that interagency collaboration is going to be the key to that. Moving forward, as you know, board members, we've got a lot of construction projects coming up, and really starting to educate the public about the timelines and what those processes are going to look like. Transportation efficiency, I know as Mr. Rinaldi's updating us every week in cabinet and every board meeting about driver hires. And again, when we get back to that point where our administrators are on the road and instead they're out at the bus ramps and they're on the phones with parents and in front of computers looking at routing. We can get the routing even more efficient. And then finally, we have some opportunities, I think, to both improve and enhance the enterprise resource planning system, or PeopleSoft, for HR and finance. I've gotten a lot of stakeholder feedback there, and there's good opportunity to make that system more efficient and responsive for our employees who work in there every day. On the finance side, we are working through now as a staff the ESSER 3 grant wind down plan. Those meetings have already started, and hope to go into the holiday break with a very clear plan for how we fold things back into the general fund and balance appropriately. Board members, you've had some conversations about the fund balance. It comes up sometimes in our one-on-one meetings. We've talked about it in public a little bit. We're talking about it as a staff as well, and at some point I think we'll come back for a board discussion really to look at that fund balance policy, clean up some of the language, and really ask the board for guidance and provide a recommendation to the board as well on really, regardless of where our minimums are, where should we be targeting in the budget planning process annually. So we'll certainly have that conversation soon. And then finally, we definitely want to work on a communications package to try to make all of this more clear, both to our internal stakeholders. That's been a takeaway from the entry plan, is that a lot of our internal folks, our employees, don't understand at that high level how our budget works. And so we've got to be sure we're doing that both internally and externally. We also have to talk about scarcity and opportunity cost. And one of the things that the six of us have in common is we're always asked, why can't there be more, right? We need more of this type of employee. We need more of this type of service. We need higher salary and benefits, right? And it's all one budget package at the end of the day. So talking about, yes, we can do A if we think that's the most important thing, but we're going to do less of something else to accomplish that. And those are just, reality conversations, especially with our internal stakeholders. I'm going to share two areas now where I don't yet have definitive thoughts and plans, but as a staff, we're going to be diving into some of these areas. So I'm going to share two of these. The first, in general, I would just call competitiveness, right? Because of HB1, we're in a more competitive environment than we were 24 months ago. Our parents have more choices than ever. And as I've said before, I want parents to choose a school district of Manatee County operated school. I'll respect any parent who wants to make a different choice, but objectively, I want to be able to say that we've got the best opportunities, and that we are balancing both scale, right, the power of being a big organization, and also the ability to personalize because we have so many choices. So we're going to be talking about school choice policy, student assignment, how parents access those systems. We obviously, as a staff and as a board, we're going to have a lot of conversations about facility capacity and future growth. We have space in some schools, and we are completely out of space in other schools. And how do we balance that? And again, there's a lot that we don't control, but with what we do control, how do we make those adjustments? There's a lot of great stuff already in place in terms of sites locked in and funding locked in for future schools, but we've also got to talk about the 50 campuses we already have. Strategic communication and student recruitment, again, particularly on the instructional side. Your leadership team is classroom teachers who have been retrained to be leaders, right? But not necessarily strategic communicators. And we have an awesome communications team, but they have a limit to their bandwidth. And so we've got to talk about how we all become better experts on strategic communication, particularly around student recruitment. And then I think there are lots of opportunities for us to talk about scale up of VPK, how we market our middle schools, how we market our unique programming that we have that, again, others may not be able to replicate. we need to continue to talk about virtual education and the flexibility that that creates for some students and families. There's also another piece to this, it's program evaluation. So all of these initiatives that are out there, what's working, what's actually driving student learning growth and attracting families, and maybe what's been given an opportunity and hasn't really worked out. Strategic abandonment is important, particularly when so many new mandates and requirements have been put on teachers and principals. I think as educators and people with big hearts, we always want to say yes to everything. But sometimes we're out of resources and we do have to say no, or we have to go back and say, to do that new thing, this old thing that maybe people like, but isn't actually moving the needle for students, it's time to say goodbye to it. So that's that strategic abandonment piece. And then finally, I think there's an opportunity for us, there's always an opportunity to improve feedback loops, how we get information both from external and internal stakeholders. We had a discussion Tuesday night about renewal of a survey tool for one specific purpose. But we need to look at a variety of communications tools, especially because there are so many more communication channels now, and in terms of how we interact with and how we get feedback from students, from families, from our employees. In terms of the other topic I want to talk about, just broadly framed as organizational health, and we're even talking about this as a cabinet and how we work together as a senior leadership team to be effective, be efficient, really this comes down to continuing to build trust with our employees, and then both employee and family engagement. And I'm not going to go through all of these bullet points, but Dr. Breslin's job has been reframed to focus both on student supports and family engagement. So we've got a lot of work ahead, not necessarily an action plan yet, still a lot of discussion to have, but definitely an opportunity to do some things differently. And then longer term, some things I'm thinking about, again, based on the first quarter, really working through and verifying that we're happy with our staffing methodologies. Our staffing is the biggest part of our budget. And therefore, it's the most important decisions we make in terms of either committing future funds or freeing up funds for other purposes. I think looking at those staffing methodologies to be sure that they're current, that people are comfortable with them, and that they're generating the appropriate balance of staffing and spending that we need. Again, our student support system, how we work with students who demonstrate aggressive behaviors, whether we have a multi-tiered system of supports that is giving our educators all of the data they need for decision making about intervention in ELA and math. And then that continuum of services, are we offering enough options for students with disabilities, and then in dropout prevention and alternative ed. Leadership development and succession planning is something we've already talked about, and board members, thank you for allowing me to swap one position for another. Again, we closed one vacant position to create enough funding to hire an executive director for school improvement and leadership development. That position just closed, so Mr. Jensen will be interviewing, and then I'll bring you a recommendation, hopefully at the November board meeting, to get someone on board to really focus on helping us support and retain principals, and then building capacity for our leadership pipeline. Professional learning, supporting teachers in their development is important, so is school improvement. That's the process by which when a school's performance dips, we systemically bring it back up, and then again, those stakeholder feedback loops. So I've given you, again, just a very high overview of some of the things I've been thinking about this first quarter. And so board members, just for your reflection, and maybe one of our future meetings one-on-one, as you look at everything that's gotten done, where do you think I need to spend more or less time? concerns you have about communications or getting up to speed. That's something you talked about as a board on the day you made the decision to offer me this job, was what will communication look like, and will we lose a year getting up to speed with an external superintendent? If you have concerns in either of those areas after this first quarter, that would be good to know, so that we can make plans for quarters 2 and 3. And then over time, and I know we're going to get a great strategic plan update today, thinking about everything I just threw out, because we can't even do everything I just put on the table. What feels more important, if there are things that are less important, and then how does all of this align with our current strategic plan, which puts us through 2026. Certainly some of the work in this presentation, if we move forward, takes us beyond 2020, well beyond 2026. So those are some things for you to think about. Again, I thank each of you for your support in this first quarter. I am loving being here in Manatee County and working with just our awesome team. And I appreciate the opportunity and the support to get out in the community and get out in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weissong. And I'll just allow board members to make quick comments and things like that, or questions to you. But I'll first say just thank you for one great presentation. Obviously, you've spent the 105 days really thinking and really jumping into the district, and that shows through the presentation and how thoughtfulness of the presentation was, and where you have seen the district. And 105 days is still in its infancy. You still have only begun. But I will say, I think you've done a fantastic job in getting out there and being present. You know, that it's always through a change like this. I think when from a school level, when I was teaching and things, you always worried about the change. But then when you get to meet someone face to face and they're there and you get to interact, that changes the perception. And I've had plenty of comments from high school, middle school, elementary school teachers that have said, you know, the new superintendent did a fantastic job getting out there, and said nothing but saying your praise about you and your presentation at the schools, and you being available, and not just up here sitting in this building figuring stuff out, right? You're out there and really doing what you said, which was listen and learn and then come back and reflect. So I really appreciate that. So, Ms. Foreman, you want to?
Yeah, I echo everything that you said. I appreciate how you came in listening and thinking instead of immediately acting. I think you're doing wonderfully. I love going on the school tours with you. I learn so much. And they're better. They're much more, they're different, but much more in depth than if I went by myself. So I just really appreciate that. That was just a stroke of brilliance to invite us. And I did look back last night at the 105-day plan when you came in, because I'd forgotten I hadn't forgotten all about it, but it was looking through it, things that you plan to do, you've done them. You really have, if you just look at them. The only one that I noticed that you haven't done is have us drive you around our districts, because I'd love to take you to the beach. But
You got the sunset, and Mr. Tatum's got the sunrise.
yeah, well, mine's better. So
Sunset's better than sunrise.
but thank you I'm so happy you're here.
Ms. Bray?
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I want to say, first of all, thank you for allowing your leadership team to lead. They have been tremendous in their roles, and I think the shifts that you have made with the leadership team have been very positive. I know that the community feedback that I've gotten from teachers, principals, and just taxpayers, the feedback I've gotten is so good at how they feel so confident, and they're so excited about the change that you have been making. They can see the difference in, and I've always said optics is everything, and so is the climate of everything. And what I'm hearing is all good. I don't think I've had anyone even question our choice in bringing you to the district. And I do have your 100-day plan. I've kept that all along, and I've been filtering through that as you've gone through your 105 days. And I'm like, yep, done that, done that, done that. So I'm excited about what is yet to come, because I think the first 100 days is to settle in, get to know, visit teachers, schools, and community leaders alike has been just the start of something great. So I want to say thank you for being here, and I think we made the perfect choice.
Ms. Messenger?
He's just scared to get in a car with you.
Well, if he'd let me drive his car, it'd be all right.
That sounds even scarier.
Yeah.
I agree with Mrs. Foreman. I have really enjoyed going to the schools with you. I always have worked hard to build a relationship with the principals in my area. So that, unless there's a new principal, I have a lot of that. But I learn about you when I go, and that's good for me. It has helped me understand your perspective on things and where you're coming from. And so I've actually got a lot of it, not for the reason you stated, but for my own reason of understanding you better. And so I have really enjoyed that. Plus, you get a better tour. So I've gotten to see things. That, like I went into like the mechanical room at Parish Community High School. Nobody would have shown me that, right? So
That's exciting.
I get to see different things, which I really appreciate. But I also get to know you better and your perspective on things and how you view it, and understanding how you view it helps me. So I have really enjoyed that, and I really appreciate you doing that. I think that you are, and I go back to like your Momentum Manatee, the word that hits me that I think describes you the best is reflective. I think you seem to be, at least from my perspective, very reflective. You take all the information in, and then you really do seem to really reflect on it and think about it. And I really appreciate that. I think that's necessary in this job to really make the wisest decisions. I thought it was really interesting that you brought up doing some sort of research on the longevity of students in Manatee County. And I suppose that would be really interesting to know. I don't know what we would ever do with that information, but gosh, it would be really interesting to be able to say, well, look, if they stay, because it's not something we can control, but it would be really interesting to know, you know?
So the you know, the thought there, and if you look in other states, and I'll just give you an example. In California, you have some districts that are where the K through 8 district is different from the 9 through 12 district. It's the same geographic area, right? But it actually functions as 2 districts with 2 boards. Again, there's a lot of variation of districts around the country. Some of those 9 through 12 districts, they will actually, in their strategic plans, they will calculate 2 graduation rates. They will look at students who were with them all 4 years, 9 through 12, right, versus students who come later. And the underlying thought is we really own the students who are with us all 4 years. If a student shows up as a senior and they're credit deficient, we want to help them get to graduation. But we can't, but that's an externality for us, right? But if we have you all 4 years and you don't graduate on time, we own that. And so there you know, so there's some thought there to that, but that's also true on the K-8 side, right? So if you're with us K through 8, then again, there's still a lot we don't control, but in terms of your education, it's all on us, right? As opposed to if you came in, you know, in some other grade level, right, and you either had a great experience or a not so great experience in another school district or a charter or wherever. So that's the thought.
No, I get the thought. And as a teacher, obviously, like you get whatever kids walk in the door, and they could have had something horrible happen the night before. They could have a lot of different experiences going on. You know, I do understand that. And, you know, so we always have to take in whatever we get. And that's what you're saying. Like, but you'd like to see, I love the idea. I think it's really interesting because I think there's a lot to that. It's just, I think that that would be a good thing for the community to hear too, because here's your investment. This is your real investment. Here they have been here all these years. I just think that's a really interesting idea. I really liked
And
it.
if the data shows that we're not doing a great job in an area, then that gives us an opportunity to fix it. I'll also say that the mechanical room anecdote that you shared is great, but that's a great example of that's a great example of something that impacts that principal's team in a way that none of us wouldn't think about unless you see it and you go, oh yeah, that makes sense. And if we learn a lesson from that for our next school build, then great.
Well, and I think that was
so
his
yeah.
purpose too, right? Like he was just like, well, don't do this again, right?
Right, exactly.
So like, I appreciated it. It was just like, I don't think I would have, I mean, I've gone there for several years since we've opened it. I have never been told or shown that room. So it's like, oh, this is, my point is I'm learning new things and I really appreciate that. I genuinely do.
And that's why so much of my calendar is there, because you have to go to see that. And again, in that same visit that we were on, Mr. Bradshaw pointed out another issue, right, with a future building that we've already been able to address.
Yeah.
And so that no one's talking about that in 5 years or 10 years. So that's why those visits are so helpful. But thank you.
I agree with you 100%. Lastly, I just wanted to say, I really feel like you have exceeded my expectations. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum.
Good morning, Dr. Whitesong.
Fine, sir.
Having been in the military for 30 years, I saw a lot of people that lead, and you're an above-average leader, and that's what I was hoping for. I was really looking for somebody that would come in and be an above-average leader, and what I mean by that, and people have heard me say it before, and that is really taking the approach of how can I be helpful to people, instead of coming in with I've got all the answers and people are going to go do what I say. And you've really done a good job of that. All the people up here have talked about that in the way that you go out and do your school visits. I've seen that. I've gone on the school visits with you. If you remember, one of the terms that I used when we were talking about hiring you was this humble confidence that you had about you, that you have about you, and it really came across to me in our one-on-one interviews that we had, and I think you've demonstrated that. And then I like the term that you use, which kind of goes along with humble confidence, which is calm urgency. I really thought, so if you can keep having humble confidence and calm urgency, I think you'll continue to do well. And like I said, you're an above average leader. I think we made a really good choice. So I do have a couple questions for you. Could you explain to me real quick, since it came up during the presentation, the term high school student concordance or student concordance? What exactly does that mean?
So that specifically addresses that issue of students that don't earn a level 3 on that 10th grade ELA assessment can then use a different assessment
Okay.
to demonstrate an equivalence or a concordant score. Those concordant scores are set by the Department of Education, ultimately by the state board, and they're on the SAT, they've gone higher. And so that just means we have to increase our support and how we do things so that students who need those opportunities are being successful, because that's what's going to drive graduation and non-graduation rate.
Okay, so I understand. So it's an alternative way for students to achieve their required graduation. Okay, I understand. And then yesterday I was at the Manatee Technical College board meeting, and one of the things that came up, Mr. Wagner mentioned, is that 10 years ago he said we actually had 500 students dual enrolled in technical programs, and that kind of we're down now to like 50 or so, and he'd really like to see that come back up to. And I was in one of the conversations I had with him, he mentioned that he thought some of our counselors, there's a big focus on going to college, and that there could be maybe a little bit more encouragement to explore other options than college. And having taught at SCF for a semester, I did kind of, and half of my class was dual enrolled. I thought to myself, I'm not sure that some of these students really are, that college is going to be the best thing for them. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about what I just said about increasing dual enrollment and really trying to, at some point, work with children to say, is college really the thing that's going to make you thrive as a human being, as opposed to setting them on another path which would really be more suited to the talents that either evolution or God has given them, so to speak.
So, and I think there's a college and career planning bullet in this presentation as well. And really, when you do that from a systems perspective, that means you're building the student's initial plan in middle school, you're talking to the parent, you're talking to the student, and then there's an opportunity to update that plan annually, which means you're having that conversation. The challenge is that, and this is not a Manatee problem, it's not a Florida problem, it's a national problem. The school counselors are overworked. They have a lot on their plates. There's a lot of mandates, and at the end of the day, if the mandates fill up your 40 hours a week of time, then the things that are important but maybe not a mandate don't happen. So this conversation is going on nationally of, do you add more counselors? Do you use technology as a substitute? Do you have other position types where you don't have to have a master's degree in counseling? There's a lot of different possibilities. They all have a price tag, right? So we get back to scarcity and opportunity cost. In terms of both academic and career dual enrollment, I think we're seeing tea leaves that the state, from an acceleration perspective, wants us to look more closely there. Dual enrollment's been around for a very, very long time, and it's always about. Ultimately, it's the student's choice. And we hope that they have the information they need to make a good choice. I think one thing to remember, to the extent, sometimes dual enrollment's on the campus, sometimes you have to travel, particularly to a technical college or for a specialized course. And that travel component, that being off campus, that competes with all the great stuff happening, on high schools. If you've got high schools with incredible athletics and compelling arts and a whole menu of extracurriculars and incredible and inspiring faculty that are already there, that all competes with, would you like to go to some other campus and take a dual enrollment class, right? Or would you like to do a dual enrollment class online? Well, sure, but how am I going to fit that into, baseball practice and key club and, and a role in the play and everything else, right? So part of it is that when you have strong high schools, like in Manatee and like in a lot of other Florida districts, it's just another thing to think about. But certainly we want to be sure that students have the information to weigh that in with all the other choices they have. So in a way, it's a good problem. But certainly we want to be sure that there's good information available to make that choice. And by the way, it's the same conversation with State College of Florida and with USF. And Mr. Jensen and I were with Dr. Probstfeld and Dr. Fritsch yesterday, and last week with Dr. Holbrook and her team, talking about how do we open up these pathways to make it easy for students and families who want that experience.
Yeah, there is one thing about the European, and specifically, I guess I know a little bit more about the French education system, is there is a point maybe around 14 or 15 where they kind of really take a holistic view of a student and say, maybe college is for you into those professions, lawyer, doctor, accountant, architect, things that you really need to go to college for. And then they say, well, no, it looks like you're going to be more oriented towards a technical trade or a skilled trade or something like that. And, unfortunately, there is a stigma that maybe goes along with quote unquote not going to college, but on the other hand, orienting students and adults towards things that they have. I remember I was listening to a pastor one time, and he said, people ask me all the time, what does God want me to do with my life? And the pastor said, I don't know. But he said, if you have a talent and an opportunity and a passion for something, that would be a good thing to pursue in life. And as I'm thinking out loud with you right now, helping students find what their talent is, what the opportunities are to exercise that talent, what their passion is, that might help orient them towards, I want to go to college because I have an intellectual bent towards me and I'd like to be a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant or something that requires a professional degree. Or I really like working with my hands, and I really am a handyman, and finding that talent, passion, and opportunity. It's just however we do that, You know, that would be good to start the kids thinking about that as they're 13, 14, 15. And so they pick something and they don't end up college and saying, that wasn't the thing I wanted, but everybody thought I should go because you make more money supposedly as a college graduate. So that's probably enough words from my part. But overall, like I said, humble confidence, calm urgency, well above average leadership, and I'm really pleased that you're here. And I'd like to continue to do school visits with you. Thank you.
It's fun.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Appreciate your support. And I know that as we make more hard decisions, people may not be as happy as they are now. We know how that goes.
Still early, huh?
But it's there's again at the end of the day, there's 6,000 incredible employees working in this district every day, and it's an honor to lead and support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 2, board discussion regarding the district vision and mission statements. Mr. Chapman, you were listed on this
Yeah,
as kind of leading a discussion, so
actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd like to do with the board's permission is actually kind of walk you through the strategic plan, maybe how we finished the first year, where we are today. I think after hearing the superintendent, hearing the strategic plan discussion, then I think that leads better maybe into the mission and vision discussion to kind of put that all together. If that's okay with the board. But first, I just want to take a minute to. I know the leadership team is behind me and obviously working. I just want to, on behalf of the leadership team, also thank Dr. Weissong for obviously choosing Manatee County. He, over the last several months, we've obviously all gotten to know him very well, and he's certainly embraced us, embraced our schools in this county, and we really appreciated his kindness, his ability to listen and learn, and really his leadership and vision has really energized us, and we're really excited about the future. And so just publicly on behalf of the leadership team, we just want to thank Dr. Weissong as well, and we're excited about the future. So I'm joined today by Omar Edwards, my colleague here on the strategic plan team. So and obviously Mike Barber and the communications team is part of that strategic plan team as well, and they're in this building and spread all across the county right now working. So I just want to give them a thanks and also know that they're part of this process. So what you have is obviously in front of you is a 28-page document that's very detailed, very comprehensive, that summarizes in somewhat good detail how the strategic plan ended up in our first year of implementation last school year. So essentially, the plan was voted on, and it ended. It was voted on in November of last year, but really the work started obviously in the spring and summer, and it ended on June 30th. The goal was to get this document ready for the old superintendent to kind of approve it, so that I can hand it to the new superintendent when he started. So that's kind of a little bit of a timeline for you. And then obviously the superintendent laid out a little bit about what's going on, but I'll get to that in a minute. So let me just kind of walk you through the 3 sections of the plan, kind of give you an update of how all those sections ended up last school year, and then walk through a little bit how we got to today from July 1st, and then kind of have a discussion about the plan, and then obviously that leads into the mission and vision discussion. But the plan is split up, as you all know, in 3 sections. The Ready to Learn section, which really kind of focuses on those really elementary K through 5, but really a concentration on those early years. The then Ready for Life, which is really that discussion that really Mr. Tatum and the superintendent just had about preparing kids for graduation and what they're going to do when they cross that stage, whether that's college, career, military, so on. And then that 3rd section is Ready to Grow, which is really that internal section for the school district, how do we prepare the school district as this county is rapidly growing, as we're in a competitive job market, and all the ins and outs of those big areas. How do we continue to keep this school district moving in this environment, and are we so that we're obviously ready to grow and keep up with what's going on in our communities. So with the Ready to Learn section, there was a significant focus on the instructional model when it came to literacy. And we spent last school year really focusing on that. We increased observation in the classrooms. We increased our professional development. And I think we're starting to see the fruit of that work from last school year running into this school year with some of our early testing. We increased enrollment in accelerated and gifted programs. We ramped up our instructional coaching and mentoring programs. We increased our ESOL parent engagement and community partnerships. Obviously, last school year was our first year with our best standards, with testing. We've obviously spent the summer going over those testing results to set up the supports and the instruction that's happening right now in this school year in our classrooms. One of the victories on that curriculum instruction side from Tallahassee was our $2 million grant that we got for our Guy Harvey program at Anna Marie Elementary. Really the first year of the strategic plan dealing with new standards, new testing, and that increased focus on literacy, on instructional practice, classroom management was really a big focus of that first year in that Ready to Learn section. When you move to Ready for Life section, that 6 through 12 secondary area, again, there was a increased focus on classroom management and training through our CHAMPS program. We really focused on student engagement and resiliency, on mental health, on that social work, counselor work. That was really a focus there. It was our first year of a huge impact of arts integration with the arts millage. That was a first year last school year. We expanded our AVID and ACE programs in secondary schools. We increased the number of industry certification programs and work-based learning opportunities for our students. We had to, by state statute, train our staff on youth mental health supports. But even though we had to, that was a good thing we needed to do. We trained 90% of our staff through that mental health training, which is, could be up from 4 to 8 hours worth of training. So to think we've trained 90% of our staff on both the operational and the instructional side was a huge lift. On the technology side, one of the biggest projects was digitizing all of our student records, Project Digitize. The IT team knocked that out of the park. You're talking tens of thousands of records, and they're now living in the cloud, in a very secure cloud up there. It was a huge lift. And something like, over 24, I think there's even more, not only last school year, but if you count the school year before that, I think we're up to 30 some-odd new media centers across this school district. So an incredible job by our IT team. In the Ready to Grow section, we did a lot in human resources to really create a robust new hire orientation program. Real concentration last year on retention and recruitment. And I'll talk in a minute about how that's even expanded this year. But I've been a few times to that new hire orientation program that happens at our Wakeland Support Center, and very robust. It's all day. It really gets that employee ready and onboarded into our system, and especially when we talk about mission, vision, core values, our strategic plan is a big part of that. We also developed a new teacher induction program, so that when that new teacher comes, especially those teachers who are really new, who have never been in a classroom before, to create this program, which was created last year, really working well this year. In its second year is this teacher induction program, really helping those first years. We kept our salaries competitive, thanks to the board and our bargaining teams. Obviously, it's probably where Mr. Rinaldi is. He's probably out at construction sites right now. I mean, we know the hundreds of millions of dollars that it's going into new construction and facility upgrades that happened last year. That's obviously rapidly increasing this year. So very busy on that side. Thanks to Ms. Sellers and her team, we continue to have a stable and responsible financial position. We actually increased our credit ratings last year. Thanks to Mr. D'Amico and his team, we continue to enhance and improve our security, which happened last year as well. And on the communication side, we ran a campaign last year, Education with Innovation and Imagination, that went throughout that last year, and really spread that around the county. We redesigned our website. We continued with our community fairs, community outreach, and that really continues to grow our engagement with parents and the community. I'll kind of stop there. The 28-page document is obviously, like I said, very detailed, very comprehensive. We can go through that. I can also meet with you as well to go through some particular points in there as well. But I wanted to at least kind of give you that kind of broad outline of how the first year of the plan went. It is a 4-year plan. It does go to 2026, and we can discuss that. But that's kind of how we ended till June. I can go now and continue to give you a little update from July 1 to today, if you'd like, and then take questions. But
Sure.
Okay, so obviously July 1 hit, and we had a new superintendent. We had 2 new deputy superintendents, a new general counsel, and 1 new executive director and 2 more executive directors to come. So it's if you think about it, as we look right now, that's a lot of new people at the highest senior levels of this school district. And so taking a plan that many of them hadn't really had involvement with and onboarding and get that going was exciting for me. I like challenges like that. But so we're really where we are today is a reflection of us continuing to follow this plan, and that's why you have a strategic plan. But let me just run through real quick where we are and how this plan is currently being run up to this point. In the Ready to Learn section, we just finished having University of Florida's Lassinger Center come in and provide professional learning on the science of reading to all our elementary and K-8 principals and assistant principals and literacy coaches. So to have kind of the state's premier laboratory, if you will, on the science of instruction and of literacy, the University of Florida's Lassinger Center come in and provide that coaching was a big, I think, a big win for our leaders, and that just took place. Bashaw Elementary is still piloting our early bird system in year 2 with our pre-K, kindergarten, first grade students, and we're still running diagnostic tests on that at Bashaw. We also have what's a lot of work on the phonics side, still on that focus of of literacy. We have a lot of phonics programs going on that we've added in addition, and that is a new effort in this school year. We successfully launched Lexia Core in grades K through 5. This is really individualized initial virtual training and one-on-one personal training for our schools. We increased our formative assessments in ELA secondary classrooms. We're starting now to really develop a new MTSS system that is really rapidly moving into a very exciting piloting stage. We've increased many professional development trainings for our paraprofessionals. We've launched grade 6 math for grade 5 accelerated students, again concentrating on those accelerated programs. This board has recently received strategic plan updates. You might not even known it, but you received PM1 ELA and PM1 mathematics testing results. You've also gotten or received security, strategic plan security updates in SHADE. And also on the technology side, we continue to upgrade our fiber infrastructure. We're continuing our refresh program for student and staff devices, and we're still building those, or not building, but upgrading those media centers across the district. In the Ready to Life section, we continue on that mental health training, on those student supports. We recently worked with the Manatee Education Foundation to receive a fantastic grant from the state on resiliency and on life skills, which is a huge win for this district. We've increased the amount of ESOL workshops, especially for parents, to get more of that parent engagement on that ESOL side. We continue to grow our community partnerships and add them to our very busy work. Dr. Gansmere and his team are now implementing a program called Zello, which is provided by the state. This is what Mr. Tatum was talking about before. This is career exploration. It actually is for all grades. It's provided by the state, and it's a very robust career exploration program. We've increased our OGT on-the-job training programs to expose kids to post-secondary options. We continue to expand STEM opportunities like the superintendent mentioned in his presentation. In Ready to Grow section, we obviously, again, this is one of those things where there's state statutes that we have to quickly follow, and what I mean is on the threat, which is now called threat management side, but these are good things we need to do, right? This is really a threat management model that we're very rapidly setting up and hitting those state deadlines, but very important work. You obviously heard about all the security enhancements that Mr. D'Amico and his team would like to implement. I know many of you, the board supports those enhancements. The board just recently approved salary adjustments across the board, which is again keeping us very competitive out there in the job market. We just recently hired a new recruiter, and she is very busy at work. We had a meeting yesterday with her and the team at New College to talk about trying to hire students and teachers anywhere we can find them. So had a great meeting yesterday. Soon we're going to have 2 new executive directors hired, one on school improvement, but really that leadership development side. We haven't had somebody in a senior position really concentrate on leadership development, succession planning, and soon that person will be hired and off and running. And of course the other executive director on the operational side for school supports. Mr. Edwards and I have begun an employee recognition program. We're excited to brief you on that one day once we kind of cross the T's and dot the I's, but it's an exciting new employee recognition program, very much overdue, but it's going to be really exciting to kind of recognize all our employees, but especially those who've spent many decades here. The communications team has started a new campaign called the Good News Happens Here campaign, and that's really telling the story of like what's in the title, that good news happens every day in our schools, in our classrooms, and really making sure that everybody in the community knows that. We're actually starting to tell those stories on streaming services. So maybe one day when you're watching Hulu or something, you may see a little Good News Happens Here little bit from the school district. And I think Mr. Rinaldi told me the other day that we have almost $700 million worth of new construction and facility upgrades going on right now. So if you think about that, almost $700 million worth of work, and if you play that out, that means, you know, how many jobs, what's that doing for the economy of Manatee County is very impressive. That truly is an economic engine going on here in Manatee County from the school district. And that kind of brings you up to date. You know, you do hear, obviously, at every board meeting, the instructional updates from Mr. Jensen, operational updates from Mr. Rinaldi, the superintendent's updates. You know, those really are updates that relate to what's going on with this very active strategic plan. So maybe I'll stop there, and that kind of gives you a little idea of what has taken place last school year, what's kind of taking place this school year. You heard from the superintendent about the vision and leadership he's putting in, and which obviously relates to all of this. And so I think that gives you, this is like the strategic plan workshop or something, but at least it gives you a little overview there. But I'll stop there and take and have a discussion or take questions.
Thank you
Yep,
very
yep.
much.
And I may have Mr. Edwards join me up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you said something in the presentation that really hit home to me, is that we get these updates, and they're not maybe labeled strategic plan updates, but, you know, between the testing and things, I mean, these are a part of our strategic plan. And so I'll say from me, and, you know, there is a lot here, but when you really get rid of like the how we're going to do it, which is the 1 through 6 and the 1 through 9 and the 1 through 7, really it is it's three components. Of course, ready to learn, ready for life, ready to grow, and the things that are bold underneath that, you know, the numbers below it is how we're going to implement it. It's actually how we're going to be doing it. I think from the minute I've been on the board for the last couple of years and looking at strategic plans and lining up, I love how when we put in what we're doing or what we're passing or things like that in our meetings, it says here's a part of the strategic plan. I think we do a really good job of following the plan, and like here's what we've whether we think it's too robust, whatever is one thing, but we really are in this district. I truly believe we have followed our plan, and we're not going off and doing something and going back and saying, well, wait a minute, why are we doing that? And we can always pretty much go back and say, well, here it is under Ready to Grow, or here it is under Ready for Life, and I felt like, you know, sometimes in businesses and things I've been, you create this plan just to create it, to say you did it, and then you kind of go off and do something else, and nobody really comes back and says, well, wait a minute, why are we doing this? This isn't part of our plan. And I think that what that goes back to is, one, you all did a really good job from last plan to this plan of getting stakeholders, the schools, the principals, the community, getting all that together, and then coming up with this. I think that it goes back to that. And I think that as we have a new superintendent here, you know, it's only been 105 days, but I think this is going to be tweaked and manipulated and moved, and as he has visions and ideas of the way the district goes. And I think it offers that. I think it offers some flexibility to that. So I really appreciate what you all have done with the strategic plan over the last 5 or 6 years, whatever it's been since the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also, what, you know, Mr. Edwards spends his time a lot of his time, somehow he finds the time to go to faculty meetings, SAC meetings, community meetings, and he's the one driving home that mission, vision, core values, and this plan to our staff, to our community, to our parents, which is keeping this plan alive, right? If, to your point, the plan is only worth what we're putting into it and what we're taking from it, and to have our employees and our parents really understand, why are we doing this? What's our work? What's our mission? That's really what this plan is really driving that. So we're always out there, and one of the first things we do in a meeting is talk about, like you all do at your board meetings, is mention the mission, mention the vision, mention the core values, mention the 3 sections of the plan, and why we're doing what we're doing. So it's just something that we're trying to keep moving on to really tell that story of this plan, so everybody understands what's the playbook we're playing off of.
Great. I know we kind of moved to the strategic plan update and we haven't discussed the vision and mission statement. I think that we'll do that here in a minute, board. But I do want to make sure that the board knows we've got 11 o'clock. We will move to the social media lawsuit overview and then just go back to wherever we left off, just FYI. So anybody else want comments about the strategic plan review? Ms. Messenger, you're shaking your head. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a few, and then I also have a request. If you can just give us like maybe 5 or 10 minutes prior to 11, so that we
Perfect.
can take a
Recess?
break.
Absolutely.
So we can always come back to it. Sorry if you stuck hanging around listening to us more. I had a couple
We got policies
questions.
later, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're hanging out with us all day. I'm so sorry. Should have baked brownies today. Everybody's happier when they eat chocolate, I think.
Sure.
Except for people allergic to chocolate, which is the most unfortunate allergy of all. You mentioned piloting a new MTSS. Do you mean the behavior piece, or is there a different MTSS process other than that now?
Yeah, it's really both on the academic and behavioral side.
Okay.
I think at a future workshop, we'll probably come to you and brief you all about that. But that really is what drives the work.
Yes.
Is the MTSS system. And, I think having Dr. Breslin in her new position, it's one of her main priorities is to really build this really robust MTSS system.
Okay, because I remember getting presentations when, behavior was getting added, and I thought that was an interesting idea. But that's what I was trying to understand. So there's even more updates or changes that are now being piloted. And how many schools is it being piloted at? Sorry, that might be, you may not
It's
know
all
that.
still being worked on, but
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's a whole new platform. I'll give you that we're gonna pilot that is really, I think, going to really help our work, help our teachers and our schools.
Okay. I wanted,
Real quick, can you tell everybody what MTSS is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it stands for multi-tiered support systems. It's essentially how you what supports you're going to put on a student in the classroom, both on the academic and behavioral side. So if I was in school, when I was in school, they probably would have put a support on me for reading. I was not very good at reading, so there probably would have been I would have been on some level or tier for some coaching on that. My behavior was better in secondary than it was in elementary, so as you looked at my system, I probably would have, my tiers and levels would have been better as I went through the system. But they would have, there would have been some supports on me in elementary because I kept being in the principal's office because I talked too much, I'm not sure that's not a surprise. And then maybe reading difficulties when I got into secondary. So in my focus system, you'd see those supports that I would need. So a teacher would open up, who on the first day of school, and they'd see Kevin, and they'd see, okay, here's all the supports that are going on in the MTS system for Kevin. Here's where I'll adjust my instruction for Kevin as he gets through the year, both on the behavior and academic side. So that really drives the work, and that's why we're going to pilot a new system with Mr. Jensen here and Dr. Weishong to really concentrate maybe on a newer, better system than we were using before.
Not only does it provide those other supports, but then there's also like progress monitoring of
Yes.
those supports. So like you might put in a certain support, but if you're not finding that it's effective for that student,
Great
it really is a way to make it individualized for students.
Great point, great point.
Okay, so on page 11 of this giant book you gave us, it talks about handle with care,
Yeah.
which was actually on my list of things I was going to perhaps, I don't know if I needed a whole workshop on it, but I really just wanted what you gave us here, which is this data.
Yes, yes.
Because this has come up with the Children's Services Advisory Board
Mm-hmm.
and the handle with care numbers. And so I just wanted to highlight this because I actually think it's really interesting where we are from, the handle with care numbers to date
Yeah, and
versus last year.
yeah, and that's probably, the Handle with Care program was created here in Manatee County.
Yes.
For those who don't know, it's essentially it's our partnership with local law enforcement. So when law enforcement deals with a challenge or crisis in a home, and there's children involved, for whatever reason, that crisis and challenge, we all know that child is going to probably bring that trauma, that what they experienced, into the classroom the next day or when they come to school. And so what was created here in Manatee County, which is now being copied all over the state and country, is that law enforcement officer, when they get a chance to, after they're done dealing with that crisis and challenge, sends a Handle with Care notice to the school district, and essentially says, Kevin and his family faced a crisis last night. Handle Kevin with care, so that when I show up in the classroom tomorrow and maybe I'm not talking, maybe I'm not eating, maybe the opposite, I'm talking a lot or I'm fighting, a teacher can quickly look and say, oh, there's a Handle with Care notice. Something must have happened. I'm going to handle Kevin with care. And that's also a clue for our counselors and social workers to go to work and talk to Kevin, figure out, what's going on with at home, follow all the state statutes with, parental consent and all that, and essentially help that child be ready to learn and help them deal with that challenge. So it's a very successful program. It's widely successful with all our law enforcement agencies. Yes, the numbers are what they are, but I don't know what we can conclude from that. But I just want to, obviously publicly thank our law enforcement agencies and officers for continuing to work this program. We're actually talking about adding EMS and paramedics to it, because sometimes they're the first on the scene, and any first responder to this program. So, but yes, those are our numbers.
Yeah, I actually thought the number was really striking because here we are 1 quarter in and we're already halfway to the number that we had last year total. And to me, what I see from that is, think of how much more is on our teachers and our principals, our guidance counselors, the social workers, the whole entire system, because there are far more incidents happening to our students. And there's a lot of data that suggests the more of those incidents that happen to our students, the more it affects their learning, their IQ, their long-term health. It has long-lasting impacts. So that's what our schools are encountering, and that to me is significant. 1 quarter in, almost halfway through the number that we had last year.
Right.
We're not at a halfway point.
Right. And those are only the cases that
We know of.
that a law enforcement officer actually put into the system.
Right.
Not the ones that a child might have went through and, a police officer never came to the home. So, because, 911 wasn't called or something. So,
Yeah.
you'd probably double that number maybe, but yeah.
That makes me even sadder. Page 21, you had, there was some, it was really just one piece that talked about the the survey results from the superintendent search and how you're going to use them in the future. And I really just want to highlight that data because we might need that for our next discussion. So I just wanted to highlight that you have that data because that might need to be utilized or built upon. Mr. Choate, Chair Choate, said something that I really also wanted to hit on. You know, when I was first elected to the board in 2016, the strategic plan that existed was exactly how you described. It was on a shelf, and it was never used. In fact, that's what I graded the superintendent against, like, repeatedly, right? Because it existed, but it wasn't used. And I really want to commend our current, I don't like using old superintendent, by the way, former, fine, don't call her old. But you're lucky she's not in here.
Yeah, yes, strike that from the record.
But former, you know, I know this was a lot of her, you know, and this board, but I really want to commend the superintendent because I think, you know, taking this and going, well, and as you said, there's a lot of variability in there, right? So you're right, but I really appreciate that it's still part of our board work. It's still, the onus is there. It's still like, it is a living, breathing document, and it is guiding how this district moves. And I really appreciate that because that's not necessarily an easy thing to come into and really still say, yes, I can do this, you know? And I do think the topics are broad, so you would hope that would help. I have one bone to pick.
Okay, good.
And it is, I have to go back and find the page. I see I wrote the page numbers for everything else.
Photo.
Is my photo in here? If it's not, I have the 2 bones to
Oh, I
pick.
think we changed it, I think.
Okay, it's page 16.
Okay,
And it's about Zello, okay?
yes, yes.
Okay. Number 7, I'm going to read the topic. It says, implement additional research-based initiatives that support first-generation college students by expanding blah, 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 blah. Okay, my point is the words research-based. Is Zello research-based? I know it's from DOE, but is it research-based?
I do not know that answer, Mrs.
Because we're adding it, we're writing, saying here, this is doing that. So my bone to pick about Zello is, I think sounds like a great program, but it doesn't need to be administered on my 5-year-old. If she says right now she wants to be a unicorn when she grows up, I'm okay with that. She's 5, right? If she wants, like, that's okay. I don't see the point in asking it out. I think it's great for middle school and high school because I think in middle school, like, there are classes that you're going to be able to take that might change how you turn out, right? Like if you say, man, I'm really interested in crafting things, there's going to be a shop class for you, right? Well, it's not like that in elementary school. They get everything, right? And I've seen the questions asked, you know, asking if they do chores at home. Well, if they say, yeah, I clean the dishes, I don't want my child to become a dishwasher, right? So like, it feels as if, from a parent point of view, that it's a data grab by the state. That's how it feels to me as a parent. And that's only because I'm aware it's happening. I don't know how many parents even know it's happening because, to my knowledge, nothing's been sent home to at least elementary parents saying, we're doing this program and this is why, and this is how the data is going to be used. And here's the research that proves that this will help. Then maybe you'd get buy-in from the parents. But to my knowledge, none of that has happened. And instead, it's a data grab for the state. And they're going to go, oh, well, she was a Girl Scout when she was 8 years old. And she became an engineer. And there's some sort of data about that. It feels very much like my child's in a grand experiment. No, I'm being very sincere. Like, that's just how it feels. And to not know if there's even research to it, but it's on this page saying it's research-based. Like I said, I'm sure that there are parts of it that would be great in middle school and high school. I just have concerns about it in elementary school. That's my bone to pick. And if there's no picture of me, I have 2.
Thank you, thank you.
That's it. Thank you so much.
There is a picture of you in here, isn't
There is, and I only have one bone to pick. Thank
I
you.
think there was. I didn't look at it.
Ms. Spray?
I'm gonna pass because I have such a bad headache.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's even hard for me to read all these fine prints.
We can probably
So,
find you some-
but, I'm good. It started early this morning, so
Sorry,
it's
my
just,
update gave you.
yeah, it's, I will say this, though. During my first campaign, and people that printed the strategic plan and came to me and said, what is this? What is this? This is just a lot of artwork and pretty words. I want that optic to change, and I think it has since last year. Because I review what, on our agenda, what bullet point this targets when it's on whatever line item that is. I don't want it to be the only tool that we measure everything in, because it is data-driven, like you said. I don't want our kids to be the DOE. I think you're right on that, to be honest with you. Yeah. I don't want our kids to be just what they want us to test them on. We need to have our own measurables, and this is what this does, in my opinion, is our own measurables. And thank you for clarifying the MTSS. I wasn't real sure what that meant, but I kind of thought. But I do have some comments offline with you, Mr. Omar, on some feedback I got from the community I'd like to share with you.
Good, good.
Pass on the rest of it.
Yeah, I was the one that asked that we get a update on the strategic plan, because we had been getting them quarterly, and I understand there's a lot going on. My overall concern on our strategic plan has been since the beginning, when we were developing this, is to the measurables. We need our benchmarks, and we need progress, measurable, and our 2020 to 2022 strategic plan had that identified in the plan document. And along the way, the discussion came down to, okay, we're just going to, because our benchmarks could change, because we're going to be measuring different things. Overall, our emphasis is what is our goal, and the strategies may change. And I agreed with that. I think that made sense. But we were going to have it on our website. It's not there. We don't have benchmarks. We don't have where are we starting and where are we going, and that disturbs me. So, and all the way through the document, we'll have things like this is on career and technical education. Strategy number 2 was to increase the number of work-based learning opportunities. All we say is we increase the number of students participating in OJT by more than 9%. We need to say, where are we starting? How many students do we have in OJT? And where are we now? And we just need to be more transparent, more specific, and that's going to be my overall. That's really all I have to say about this. I'm disappointed in this document, and I'm disappointed in this
Yeah, no, it's
this
good.
update.
I appreciate the feedback, because I think that can help drive our work with our new superintendent and new leadership team. I think we were waiting on, and we still are, on grades. We have the scores. Evan McCarthy and I actually spoke yesterday about your point. And of course, internally, we have all what you're looking for. It's how do we take all that data that we have and assemble it in a way that makes sense to somebody who doesn't have a doctorate, so we'll take your feedback, and I think we can accomplish that very easily, and try to set. We went through a year where it was new testing and new standards, and I think what the answer was we were telling you is we had to wait until the summer to see our results, and now with a new leadership team, I'll make that a priority to figure out some way to show where we are and perhaps where we're heading. I know the team is always very hesitant to try to put a percentage or a goal to testing, especially when testing is calculated through, like the superintendent mentioned, proficiency in other ways. So I'll turn around to my colleagues who are more proficient and experts in this area and see if we can't come up with something by the end of this year, by the holidays, to get something like you said up that shows perhaps. You somewhat saw it in Mr. Jensen's reports of PM1 ELA and PM1 mathematics, where he showed not only where we compared to the state, but also where we were last year to where we are this year. So we could maybe take those charts and take them out of board work and make them more clear on the website, in the strategic plan section of kind of examples. That doesn't answer your whole thing, but examples of showing where we were and where we are.
Yeah, well, it's more than just PM1, PM2, PM3, because that is a good example of how our strategy changed, how our benchmarks changed, because we didn't have that before. We've now got a year of data, and frankly, I'm not sure that it's a good measurement. When you're looking at certainly not from PM1 to PM3, and certainly not from PM. I think PM1 is useless, but that's my opinion.
Right.
But there's more to that. There's there are the number of students who are participating in things. There are the ACT and SAT scores. There's graduation rates. There's a lot of measurables that are available. And we never established, okay, here's where we're starting, and here's our goal for each year to increase graduation rates by 2%, and did we do that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's that's what I would hope to see,
Yeah, I think this is great feedback. I think
Yeah.
well, that's what we'll work with Superintendent.
Well, I think it's
Good point.
very good comments. I mean, there is no measurables. Obviously, you don't know if you're doing better or worse or whatever. And I think that some of that, and not that it's Dr. Wysong's fault. Obviously, hey, you're only here 105 days. But I think that would have been possibly different if leadership would have changed because we did this and then leadership changes and now you know what I mean. So maybe that was lost. Maybe that was lost from our discussion, because I do remember the benchmarks and being talked about. So maybe that was just lost in, hey, this past year. Now, I would say, I know we want 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and start with your comments. I would say, though, to the point of how we present it, I think the strategic plan and the results are two different documents. And I'm just talking about like physically documentation, because you could be saying moving a page from 12 double-sided to 50 double-sided if we start putting in all the benchmarks. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm not saying don't report it and don't see it. I'm saying if someone wants to look at what a strategic plan is, here it is, so they're not overloaded. And then here are the results from the strategic plan, 2 different PDFs, 2 different documents, because otherwise this turns into this if we add the data to the same original thing.
Yeah,
That-
I think this is great.
I don't know if that makes sense to everybody else, but
separate
I'm talking about
page.
just like, here's your results, here's your plan, here are the results. You can match up, ready to grow number 6, ready to grow number 6, but it's not all together because I think it's just gonna be more words and more data rather than kind of breaking it out.
Good, good, thank you.
All right, so we're 10 minutes out. Let's take a recess. We'll come back, jump into item number 4, and then jump back into this. All right, welcome back to the workshop. We are going to jump into item number 4, overview of the social media lawsuit. So, Mr. Dye, I'll give it to you to introduce the folks we have here on Zoom or Teams.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman. Joel Wright and Austin Brain appear to be connected via Teams. Can you guys hear us?
We're muted.
It says we're muted.
He says we're muted.
Can we unmute?
There you go. Hello?
Now try us. Can you hear us now?
Hey, Joel?
I can. Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, so these are the attorneys, some of the attorneys that are actively engaged in the litigation on social media, and they are going to give the board a overview on that case, straight from the attorneys that are actually on the front lines. So I thought this would be helpful to the board, both for that case and trying to decide if you want to participate in same, and it also tied into our recent discussions on cell phone policy, which is how the social media is being delivered to the students. So with that, I will turn it over to Joel and Austin.
Thank you very much. We are very glad to be here today and have really enjoyed working with Stephen. Stephen, are we talking all about the Altria settlement in our presentation today or not? It's fine either way.
Yeah, we didn't notice for that, so why don't we just stay with the social media?
Okay. Austin, could you bring up that PowerPoint?
I will. 1 second here.
Okay. So while he's bringing that up, just a little bit of background. We've been working with Manatee for over a year at this point. Manatee joined the Jewel Altria lawsuit a year ago, and the Manatee board got to approve the Jewel settlement earlier this year. And in that lawsuit, we had over 1,500 school districts and about 25 school districts in Florida join. And we heard from a number of districts how frustrated they were with social media. And with social media, the impact it's having. And we saw many similar claims and were very similar to what we managed to attain successfully on the Jewel Altria lawsuit and how it was impacting schools. So this lawsuit began at the beginning of this year, and we've had about 500 school districts now sign up, and a bunch of them in Florida. And so we'll go into that in this presentation. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, thanks, Joel, and thanks, Stephen and board members for taking the time. We appreciate that. I'm sure you've got a busy schedule, so we'll try to keep this as short as we can, but of course available for as many questions and thoughts as you all have. My name's Austin Brain. I'm with the firm of Wagstaff and Cartmel in Kansas City. As Stephen mentioned, I was part of the team that represented the school district in the Jewel e-cigarette litigation that recently resolved, is still winding through some of the settlement process, as you know, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel on that. And as Joel mentioned, really as part of that litigation, we started to hear from school districts on the social media impact. And that, at least for our firm, was the genesis of getting involved in this litigation, was hearing from boots on the ground at schools, the impact that it was having on district operations, on kids, their ability to learn, how you teach, things of that nature. So I will go through a little bit high level of the litigation itself, let you guys know generally what the claims are, the status of the litigation, what participating would look like for you all, and of course answer any questions you have. These first few slides, it's going to let me, are on the Jewel litigation, which Joel just went over, so I'm just going to skip over those. So social media. You may or may not have seen, and I'm going to make this first part relatively quick. I used to spend a bit more time kind of explaining how addicted kids are to their phones and to social media and some of the data and stats we have to support that. But I've come to find out, and working with school district folks, I don't need to explain that. That's something you all see, you're aware of. Some of you have school-aged kids yourselves, I'm sure. And so I've spent less and less time in these discussions on explaining, just what percentage of kids are on their phones and how many hours a day and how many apps. We all get that. They're on their phones all the time. One thing I would focus on is what's on the screen now, though. Earlier this year, some of you may have seen it, there was a Surgeon General advisory on social media and youth mental health, as you can see there, which really was applauded by a lot of circles, education, medical, and otherwise, that it's starting to get the attention it deserves. We know that kids are on their phones. The big questions through the past few years have been, what does that mean? What does that mean for youth? What does that mean for parents? What does that mean for schools? And the science is starting to come around. It's starting to get the attention it deserves. So that's something, if you don't have, we'd be happy to send to you, and you can look at. The Surgeon General brought together a lot of the science and then raises a lot of questions on what is the path forward and how do we, as again, all those parties involved, as parents, teachers, educators, and the companies themselves, how do we move forward to protect our youth? So that put a lot of wind in the sails in the litigation. He made a lot of statements to the effect of social media companies have some responsibility here. Parents do as well, but the social media companies, they're putting these products out, they're marketing them to kids. They need to do that in a reasonably safe way. And that's essentially our litigation theory. So that was certainly helpful to have him come out. He gave some interviews to that effect. That first quote there is sort of the theory of the case a bit, that, if we expect manufacturers of other products and services and platforms to do that all in a reasonably safe way and to be transparent about how that works and provide appropriate warnings, we should require the same thing of these tech companies. It's like a seatbelt in a car. If the seatbelt doesn't work, we would hold that car company liable, and you got to have a seatbelt. To make that car reasonably safe, you got to tell us how it works, and it needs to work. And it's a similar theory here with social media companies. So some of this, again, I'll go through pretty quick. Again, the science is coming around on really what social media addiction means for kids, and one, that is a thing, that these platforms are designed to be addictive, and it's having a negative impact on the mental health of our youth. That can be irritability, attention span, the way they learn has changed. I've talked to some teachers that said they've restructured how they present their lessons because of the attention spans and things that social media and technology in general are having on youth. Some of the consequences of addiction, sleep disruption, anxiety, depression, things like that, again, that you all have seen and heard. The science is starting to get the attention it deserves there. So where do you all come in? Similar to the Jewel, there's certainly some comparisons being made between that case and this one. I think I've heard from everybody I've talked to, this is a much bigger problem, maybe even a much more complex problem, both in how it presents itself and then what do we do about it. But our legal theory at a very high level, as far as for school districts, is that it's very disruptive to your operations, maybe even more so than e-cigarettes. I'd say very much more so than e-cigarettes. From the very basic level, kids wanting to be on their phone or looking at their phone or getting their phone out during class. Now, some cell phone policies prohibit that, and then so if they do get it out, there's got to be some action. Maybe the teacher's got to stop class, get an administrator involved and take time, maybe talk to a parent, search a backpack, things like that. So that's a very basic just disruption. Kids needing to be on their phone in violation perhaps of the school policy, to the much more extreme mental health aspects. Increased suicide ideation, suicide attempts, depression, anxiety, things of that nature among youth. And we're not naive. We recognize it's a complex world for youth today. We had a pandemic. There's a lot of things going on that coming of age is not easy. We're not out here to say social media is the sole cause of all ills for our youth, including mental health and things of that nature. But that's not the legal standard, which is important. We think it's a significant factor that's impacting mental health of our youth and impacting school district operations in a negative way, forcing you all to expend more resources to deal with this problem. And the problem is really a result of the way the product is designed to be as addictive as possible, to keep kids on as long as possible. So again, we don't think social media is the only bad thing out there that's making it tough for kids to grow up. So I think that's an important distinction. I get that question a lot. So the case itself is set up out in California. Again, this is logistics a bit. That's not too exciting. There's a federal court case and there's a state court case. They're all sort of coordinated and working together, much like the Jewel litigation was. When you've got California defendants, you're always going to have a parallel state court case out there in California. But the design is such that everybody will work together, so we can be efficient with everybody's time and move things together. One important update recently, I think since you all last discussed this issue or considered the issue, earlier this month, there was a ruling by the state court judge. I mentioned there's a state court case and a federal court case. They're working together, or at least they're trying not to overlap each other too much or duplicate each other is a better way, but they are still their own cases. And so the state court judge is a little bit ahead of the federal court judge on the school district cases and the personal injury cases. There's a big group of individuals suing for their own damages as well, and then schools is another group. Earlier this month, the judge ruled on what's essentially a motion to dismiss the case by defendants. And the judge let our claims go forward. And when I say our claims, that motion was specific to the personal injury plaintiffs. We've not yet had a ruling and really haven't had motions on the school district claims, but the legal theories are very similar, at least from a liability standpoint. The impact and damages will look different, but the liability is the same. So the judge letting the personal injury cases go forward and essentially blessing their legal theory it is big. It's very big. You know, you can see the quote on there and some of the references. There's a lot of media coverage about it because it really is the first time a court has said these companies might be liable for negatively impacting the mental health of youth. They've enjoyed a lot of immunity through the years as publishers of content. And we've alleged that there's something different going on here. We don't care what the content is. They designed an addictive product to youth, and they're attacking the vulnerabilities of youth for profit. And the judge has allowed us to go forward, so we'll proceed in discovery, and that's a big deal to us. And so we got a lot of momentum earlier this month. The case itself, we're going to sue the defendants right now are Meta, that's Facebook and Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and Google. And on the Google front, it's just YouTube. We know a lot of school districts use Google products. The focus there is just the YouTube platform. Public nuisance and negligence are the primary legal theories. That's what it was in Jewel. I can go into kind of why that fits those legal theories, but the idea is that their course of conduct has created a public health crisis, if nothing else. That's the public nuisance model, and it's impacted schools and lots of other people and entities, but schools are part of the group being impacted. Much like the Jewel litigation, as far as the representation agreement and the nature and the cost and things like that, that'll be all substantively the same, meaning it's a contingent fee case. There's no scenario in which you all would be out of pocket any money. Win, lose, or draw, we're not coming back to you for expenses. In the case there is a settlement, expenses and attorney's fees would just come out of any recovery. It would never be more than the recovery to where you all would be in the red. Again, just like the Jewel litigation agreement. As far as time, that's the other big question I get is how much time is it going to take for you all to participate? Again, I'll draw a comparison to the Jewel litigation. We'd expect that to be very similar, unless you're a bellwether district, which I can talk about. But I think in short, I'd say you're not going to be a bellwether unless you want to be a bellwether. I can kind of explain why that is, but that would be up to you all, and we'd be happy to discuss it. But if you're not a bellwether, we expect the time commitment to be what's called a plaintiff fact sheet. In Jewel, and talking to several districts, I understand that took anywhere from 2 hours to maybe 10 hours if you're a bigger district and you're sending emails across the district just to gather some basic pre-existing information, and we'll help you with that form. So we expect the time commitment to be minimal and the financial exposure is zero. Another question we get a lot on the screen now is, well, who else is participating, in particular, who else from our state? This is a list of school districts, at least as of a couple weeks ago, I think. It may have been one, not sure I see Citrus on there. I think Citrus has joined since that list. Oh, no, they're on there. Okay. They're the more recent one. So I think that's an up-to-date list there, and we'd be happy to get you a national list or some statistics, things like that if you want. So I think I took up more of your time than I intended to. Happy to answer questions, or Joel, if you think there's anything I missed, or Stephen, please let me know, but I appreciate the time.
That was great. Thanks, Austin.
Yeah, no, thanks, Austin. That was fine time wise. I have a quick question on recently. I don't know. Actually, just maybe a couple days ago, the Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody is doing almost the same thing. File and not as many platforms. It seems like it's just Meta, but based on the same things that they're using, manipulative features, the algorithms, etc., to get kids to want to come back and be quote unquote addicted to it. Is that something? Are you seeing other states? I mean, I know the Attorney General you mentioned, but are other states doing that? And does that affect anything with your current? Will it help? You know what I mean? I guess is my real question.
Yeah, I think so. I'll start there. I view it as a positive. There's 41 states, I believe, that have filed. There's, it's still sorting through some of it, but I think there's 33 that have filed in one complaint in federal court. Florida filed in its own complaint in federal court, and then 7 others filed in their respective states. So it's a bipartisan deal, which is unique, as we all know, to say the least. Not since tobacco have you really seen something like that. That many attorneys generals come together, and so we work with some attorneys generals, not necessarily on this case, but some others, and so we kind of knew this was coming a little bit. And having read the complaints and looked at them, there's always a concern. I don't think in most states they could do this, but there's always a concern of whether or not an attorney general is going to try to claim jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, over the school's claims and damages. There's no indication they're even trying to do that in this case. We've read the complaint. They're talking about things that are specific to them. We saw in some of the dual litigation complaints from attorneys generals, they did talk about school districts and the problems in schools and funding for schools. There's none of that here. The claims they're bringing are consumer protection claims. There's a COPA claim too, which is the federal youth data protection statute they claim that Meta violated. And each state's bringing a claim under its consumer protection or deceptive practices type statute. And that's separate from ours. So having 40 attorneys generals, there's been some media coverage on it, as part of the case. That's a big hammer. We welcome to the fight. So far, all signs are that that's going to be some positive momentum and pressure on defendants.
Thank you. Board members, anybody want to start? Questions?
I don't have any questions for these gentlemen. I have questions on the topic, but I don't have any questions for these gentlemen.
Anybody else?
I do, actually. You just touched on that our AG Moody is also doing something with this. Is this team going to be working in conjunction with state AGs, or is this, maybe I missed it, is it totally separate? I know they're doing consumer, like you said, the consumer protection platform, but how are you going to tie that in with what AGs are doing across the country?
Yeah, given that it's only been a few days, we haven't yet sat down with them and worked out how things are going to proceed. But I have a pretty good idea of how they will, and their claims are separate. In the MDL, in the case already, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of separate claims. I think these will just be additional claims. They're suing again for their own damages, what they think the Attorney General of the state is entitled to. But we're all going to be before the same judge, and that's simply for the sake of efficiency. So there's not 1,000 different cases going on between 300 different judges across the country, right? They bring them all together before in one court or 2 courts, one federal, one state, so that we can be efficient. We're only taking depositions one time. We're only producing documents one time, things like that. So it's a little bit of both. They will be their own claims. The school district would be its own claim, but we're all going to be in front of the same judge. We're going to be kind of sharing discovery, things like that. And, again, this is just based on experience. We're not anywhere near in this point, but say if there ever were a talk of a resolution or a settlement to things like that, everybody's got their own stake in it, their own say. Now, if it works out like it did in Jewel, that everybody can come together and we can do that all at once, that's great. But There certainly could be a scenario where the schools are negotiating with defendants on their claims and the attorneys generals are negotiating separately. I only say that to emphasize your claims would be separate from the attorneys general, but we're all kind of swimming the same direction here against the same defendants in front of the same court. I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit
It
convoluted,
does.
but that's the idea.
And it does, because with this and, you know, on a student level versus what attorney generals across the United States are doing, they may be targeting not just the student body, but society overall. I don't know if there's gonna be differential in that or not. That's why I'm asking this. Is it gonna be separate? I know schools are gonna be totally different, but
Yep.
can we mirror some of the effects that maybe the state AGs are doing down to our student body? I don't know I didn't read the whole article about AG Moody. I did see that there is an effort. I think social media is robbing our innocence in our kids, especially in middle and high school, and all the way even through college. It's pretty evident. Just a clip I saw yesterday about kids that brag about hitting an officer on a bicycle in Las Vegas, and their response is, oh, it's just something they do. I think that I attribute a lot of those mentalities and mindsets to social media. It dehumanizes people, and that's the thing I have with it. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Anybody else specific questions for these gentlemen? No? We're good? No? Okay.
I would like to add maybe just one more thing quickly. What we've seen in other states is when the Attorney General wants to represent school districts, that Attorney General typically tells us that they would like to represent the school districts
Good.
as well.
Okay, good.
In this instance, they have not done so. The social media, the number of harmful things they are doing are so long and complex and violating so many, bringing up so many claims that there is a strong need, we feel, for multiple different angles and work on this. And so we are glad and welcome the Attorney General's joining us on this effort.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'd add quickly, you know, and hearing the comments from the board and from Joel, I said this before, but I want to emphasize that our goal is not to shut down social media. You know, and we don't think social media is the sole cause of all negative impact, things negatively impacting youth mental health. That's not it. There are certainly positives to social media, communicating with your stakeholders, communicating with our friends and family. That's all great. We simply are alleging there are certain aspects of the programs, of the platforms, that are designed by psychologists at these companies to attack the vulnerabilities of youth, to be as addictive as possible, overly so, well beyond any benefit that the products could provide. And we're certainly not after people's First Amendment rights or chilling speech. And the judge has ruled on that. She's very aware of that. She is going to be very mindful and protective of the First Amendment based on the hearings we've had and her court ruling. And she just looks at it as we do, that there's a course of conduct here, regardless of the content and what people are saying, that folks designed an addictive product, targeted it to youth. They knew it was harming youth, and they kept doing that anyways, regardless of what folks are saying. So I think that's an important point to make. There's a lot that makes growing up these days hard. Social media is one of that, and we just want to rein that in a little bit so it can be beneficial to everybody and hopefully less harmful. So that's it.
Thank you.
Well, guys,
Yep.
appreciate your time. I thought your comments were great, and it'll help our board make a decision going forward. And
Great.
maybe we can set up another time to update on the Altria litigation. So.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. We can talk. There's some upcoming deadlines on that, and I can answer those offline, Stephen.
Maybe when you're a time zone closer. So.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. That's all I think we have on this. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So you had some comments you want to make on the but matter. So, floor is yours.
So the last comment that Mr. Dye made, or maybe it was Laura, I forget who made it, said, as we make a decision on this, I'm concerned about the precedent that we're setting as far as parliamentary procedure goes here. We've already made a decision on this. This came up for a vote in front of the board, and we decided to vote it down. And the way that parliamentary procedure works is that only somebody who would like to change their vote and switch it to the other side can bring this back up. And as much as I like Mr. Choate as a man, I think he's an awesome person and he does a great job running meetings, it appears that, at least from the workshop sheet that we have, that this is Mr. Choate bringing this back to the table. And so I think this discussion is not appropriate because it's already been voted down. But if we're going to set the parliamentary precedent that, well, because there's new and interesting information, that we're going to start bringing things back around for another vote, I think that's a bad precedence to set. For instance, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, I have a meeting with a gentleman from Hillsdale College to talk about his curriculum. And the reason that I'm doing that is because even though we decided as a board not to change our policy to potentially allow that curriculum to be reviewed in the social studies curriculum review, I'm hopeful that in working with him, he can get it onto the Florida Department of Education list, and maybe other counties will be able to use it. But I have no intention of trying to bring it back here because that's already been brought before the board and discussed. So even Mr. Dye said this the other day. He said, well, I don't want, remember at the meeting on Tuesday, he said, I don't want to be seen as promoting this, but I don't see any, the only reason I could see to bring something back to the board if we had voted on a contract that was illegal, or we found out that there was a kickback or something that was done and there was some corruption going on. But we've already voted on this topic. I looked over all the information that was given. The only reason I really even kind of didn't bring it up at the last meeting, there was something that kicked off in my mind when he said, hey, we're going to look at this again. He said something about, well, there's some cell phone information that you might want to listen to. I'm like, okay, but this has already been decided. So I guess I'll try and bring my comments to a point, is that I don't believe that we should be discussing this. This has been brought before the board, and we don't bring things back to the board because there's new and interesting information that we should reconsider. It's parliamentary procedures aren't law, but that's not the way that parliamentary procedures work. And if we're going to do that for this one, then I'd like the consideration of, if I have a motion that I make and it gets voted down, then I can go out and do some research and get some new and interesting information and bring it back for reconsideration. But I just don't think we want to go down that road. So I'd just like to talk about that point with us all to see if we'd like to continue this discussion, because I think it's not appropriate from a parliamentary procedure standpoint. There you go.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay. You're right that if the item fails, right, is whoever's on the prevailing side, which is the people that voted it down, cannot bring it up for a vote.
Right.
This isn't about a vote. This is about a discussion. So that's different. We're not voting on it. I didn't bring it up, and I'm the one that voted yes, and I was the only yes vote, right? So I can't bring it back up for reconsideration because I was the yes vote. Everyone else voted no. That was the prevailing side.
Right.
So the prevailing side, even if it failed, can bring it back. He's on the prevailing side. He can make a motion to reconsider. I cannot, right?
That's true.
You're on the failing side. You cannot make a motion to reconsider Hillsdale. But if I got new information about Hillsdale, I could make the motion to reconsider because I was on the prevailing side. That is the benefit of being on the prevailing side. And sometimes I've watched board members, and I've done it myself in times, where I knew I'd want to bring it back up later when things changed, and I'd vote on the prevailing side even if I disagreed with it. That's a strategy. I've seen it happen. I've done it myself. Sometimes it's the smart way to go. So you know you can bring it back up. So one, I don't believe that this in any way affects parliamentary procedure because it's not a voting item. And number two, because Mr. Choate was on the prevailing side, which is the no, he does have the right to bring it to the board should he want to, or so any of you can. It's only me that can't. And I didn't bring this up, but I just wanted to point those two things out, since that we're not talking about the topic, we're talking about your discussion idea, which is an interesting point. And I actually hear your point, like there's no point in wasting people's time if it's a whole bunch of no's. But to his point, maybe he wanted to see if it is still a whole bunch of no's now that there's a lot more counties that have joined in. I don't know, we haven't talked about it. I have no idea why you brought it up, or if you really did, or if it just got, your name got tagged onto it because you're the chair and heavy is the head that wears the crown. But I don't know, but I'm just saying there's a lot of nuance to this that is, I'm just saying.
That's a good point. And then maybe I owe Mr. Choate an apology, because I should have gone back and done my homework better. My recollection was it was 3-2. But if you voted against it, then I didn't do my homework. So you voted, okay.
I voted against us.
It's only me. I went back and looked. I just pulled up the minutes because
Then
somebody else had said to me, were you the only one? And I was like, gosh, I didn't think I was. I thought it was 3-2 also.
Yeah,
But I went back and looked it up. June 27th, I was the only yes.
fair enough. So I agree with you then, so I apologize. I thought it was 3-2 you voted against. I should have done my homework better. Lesson to Rich Tatum, do your homework better. Still though, I don't understand why well, if you want to reconsider it eventually, then you can bring it back to the board.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. Okay.
Let me jump in and say why it's even brought back up.
Okay.
And why I would have liked for it to be brought back up. I don't think that when we voted, I don't believe I had full knowledge and intricacy of what this lawsuit was. I think we probably, for me personally, hindsight, we voted on this too early before this. We should have had this presentation, discussion, really what it entailed before us voting, do we want to get involved with it or not? I think we're in really the early stages of it when we did vote for it a month or so ago. Since that vote, and again, I voted no to it, when we look at the mental health issue, all these things we talk about, ESSER funds, we talk about all these things that we've had to do to help with mental health with our kids, the cell phone policies that we've talked about, I felt like for informational purposes, this was good to hear them. Mr. Dye is not on the lawsuit and is not privy to the exact information in that presentation like Austin and Joel were. So that's why I said, let's bring this up again. I don't know if we're going to vote on it again. If we sit here today and we still feel like, hey, no, we're still not into it, there's no reason to bring it up again at all. But I felt personally that I didn't really have all the information of what these attorneys were doing for the lawsuit. And so I wanted more information about it. And that's why we did this call or this session for today.
Fair enough.
And hopefully that answers.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Tatum, about that, because we have gotten updates all along, about what's going on with it, and we had voted it down, and I was amused, okay, as the emails came through, going, he's not going to let this go, but looking at it now. In hindsight, I am interested in reconsidering the issue, and I would like it brought back. And I'll explain why in a minute. But the caveat to that is that if there is any success, I would want 100% of that revenue to go to mental health services. Okay, I think for us to do this as a money grab is wrong, and I'm beginning to see the mental health on it, and where they say it's designed to be addictive. I'm a believer in parents need to parent. You need to keep an eye on your child. But as an adult, I found myself recently subject to an algorithm That is just bizarre.
Amazon gotcha?
Huh?
The Amazon, when you Google something on Amazon, it shows
No,
up
I
everywhere?
I watched the video, Bohemian Rhapsody, okay? And
song, good video.
it was great video and great music, and I'm going, I never paid attention to them. So I went and looked up the life of Freddie Mercury. Big mistake. Freddie shows up on all my, anytime I go on Facebook. And I like the music, so I started clicking, let me hear the music. Yeah. Freddie's with me the rest of my life, I think. But,
it's good music.
well, yeah. But what would that do to a student who not inadvertently, but looks at something, wants the information, and then has a lifetime of Taylor Swift? It's just, there's a lot to be said for that. So I'm beginning to come to the other side on it. So just something to consider.
Well, and I'll even to go further, like, I don't necessarily, now that like they're explaining more, like I don't necessarily see this has to be a money grab. Like for like us getting money. I think this could be potentially like, let's change the way they operate. For instance, I think I'm right in this, but didn't Coke have some kind of addictive substance in it when it was first created? Cocaine, right? I didn't know that was like a wild story, me as a kid. But so why were they doing that? To addict people to have it. So, and then they had to change their formula once everyone found out, right? So I think this is the same thing. And I don't even care if we get money out of it. And I do agree. If we do get money I'm with you. Let's put it back to the services it affects for our district. But I don't even care if we get money out of it. To me, thinking about this is about holding them accountable, because it is really annoying, those algorithms, for an adult wise, when you buy something on Amazon, like I already bought the one thing, I don't need to see it 18 more million times. So, I hope it's not a money grab. Honestly, hope that social media and stuff like that is smart, and they work with changing it, because that's what we want. I don't want the money and then it not be changed. I'd rather them change it, right?
I was just going to say, my only point was, and you have the maturity to understand you're being targeted,
Sure.
which is, what is the difference to me? And by the way, I just Googled Coke's original ingredients, and you're right, cocaine, that's crazy.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was like
9 milligrams.
I didn't know if it was like a wives' tale back in the day when I was a kid.
It's not.
Well,
Miss Brady.
and now you're going to get
Now the Google's wrong. I don't
Yeah,
know.
now you're gonna
now you're
get
going to get cocaine on
Cocaine.
social media. Just saying.
Miss Brady. You have any comments?
Yes, several notes here that I wrote down. If social media would promote education, careers, patriotism, humility, peer-to-peer mentoring, military options to serve their country, and volunteer services, and all kinds of areas in the community. If they would do that, what a wonderful world it would be, and I think there's a song. Okay.
Don't say the name.
I won't.
because
Don't put it
then
on
you're
social
gonna be
media.
on.
I won't. So, yeah, so, I looked at it, and I was also a nay, as Ms. Messenger pointed out. And to your point, Mr. Tatum, once it's voted down, it's done and gone. That might be true in some cases, but it's not in all. I voted no on that same meeting. I was the only nay for the paper tutor. Okay? I would love to bring that back and get rid of that and focus those funds down here in the elementary level. But with my whole thing is with cell phones in schools, with social media, and we've all gotten the videos where kids have been beaten up and it's posted. And we had that long conversation. I think these companies, just like the cigarettes, back in our days, cigarettes are cool. Look how cool you look with a cigarette. They initially, cigarettes targeted women to look glamorous and all of that with the extender and all of that way back in the 40s, I think.
Yeah,
yeah.
Slims, that was in
Oh,
the
okay.
70s, yeah.
Well, no, even farther back than that, it was the pretty big hats, and maybe it was in the, I don't know, 40s. I'm saying 40s or 50s, when they had that little thing that you would put the cigarette in, it made it look this long. They targeted to make you look glamorous. That's what social media does to these kids. It's cool. This is what everybody else is doing. And I even wrote on here, dark web. Social media will lead you down tunnels that is so devious and vindictive, and kids are so vulnerable, and but they paint it to look so pretty, and they don't even realize the situations they put themselves in, because they market it that way. It's all about the marketing. We talked about the books. It's all about the marketing. And these media companies have whole departments on how to market to kids. And it's actually ridiculous. I would love to talk to somebody in meta marketing. How do you market that to a kid? And some of it is just downright evil, in my opinion. So I was a no because of the freedom of speech thing. I get that. But when freedom of speech starts affecting kids and students to do bad things, they're not going to be under the umbrella of their parent and all the time. Just like I said before, go through a grocery store. You have a child early as 2 and 3 years old with a phone in their hand. Then you have the kid over on the side. I've walked through schools and I've seen kids on their phones. As soon as they walk out of the class, first thing they do is grab the phone. So I'm glad Chair Choate brought this back for us to have a discussion. I think it's something we should probably revisit, especially since we have a proven AG that is bringing something to the state, and look at what can be done. I just think that I think it's a good thing that we're going to look at this again. Just if they would just turn it around to all of those 5, 6 different categories and be a positive force, I think it would be such a better world. I just think that they have that capability. They just don't. And look at who ends up with all of the funding, the categories that they market. Who ends up getting the funding? Who ends up getting that? It's the big companies. So, okay.
So, yeah, nobody else? Anybody?
So I'll just give my 2 cents worth. It looks like there's a consensus to go forward with it, but I'm not in favor of doing it. This is rhetorical manipulation of words. For instance, they have psychologists on staff who are targeting their products to children. It's called marketing. Every large corporation has a marketing department, and they have probably behavioral specialists on their staff, and what they do is they go, well, how would we appeal to people? And the same algorithms, I mean, Mrs. Foreman said there's algorithms. They appeal to the psychology of attracting you to their product, whether it's children or adults. Should we go out and sue Kellogg's? They're the ones who make all those sugary cereals. Frosted Flakes, which I loved when I was a kid. Should we go out and sue them? because there's an obesity problem with children in the United States of America. So, you know, I could say, I could use that rhetorical flair and say, you know, those people at Kellogg's, they're targeting those sugary kids with their sugary products. They're putting a certain amount of sugar in it to addict their brains to dopamine, so they want to go back and buy more Frosted Flakes. This just contributes to the litigiousness of society, where we're going to try and shake down companies that are producing perfectly legal products, and when used in moderation and used in the right way, are good for society. We all have cell phones. We all use them for text messaging. Most of us use them for navigation and maps. We read news. There's all kinds of good use. This is a perfectly legal product. Just like Frosted Flakes is a perfectly legal product, just like Coca-Cola is a perfectly legal product. But you all of a sudden target a company and you take their perfectly legal product, put some rhetorical flair behind the words and say things like, there's psychologists on staff that are targeting children, and get us all riled up emotionally and go, yeah, go get those big corporations and shake them down for money. This just contributes to the litigiousness of our society, and I'm not in favor of doing that in any way, shape, or form. These are perfectly legal products that are being, that where parents, especially for children, are not properly parenting and monitoring their children's use of a perfectly useful and good product. So that was my little soapbox, and now I got off of it, and I'm done. Thank you.
All right, if that concludes that discussion for the overview of social media lawsuit, we can move back, reverse back to, I know Mr. Tatum, you didn't have a chance to, everybody else did, but you didn't have a chance to discuss about the strategic plan update. Then before we moved on to the district vision
Okay.
and mission.
Hello again, gentlemen.
Sir.
Let's see. So we ended off with a discussion. I think Mrs. Foreman had mentioned measurables, and I kind of looked through this. It's a big document, but I mean, there are things. Here was your strategy, and then on the other side it says in the 2022-23 school year, how did we do? And it shows you took the strategy and you showed the efforts that were made to. But there are some things that I would really like to have a start and an end point on, like she was talking about. Like, I'd like to shoot for, I don't know what a reasonable number is, but a reasonable number seems to me that the buses run 95% on time, you know, and where are we now, and shoot for 95%. And that's like on time getting to school. And then I don't know what a reasonable time is on the way home, but an hour, no kids arrive, or 95% of kids arrive home less than an hour after school starts, up to an hour or something like that. And I know that the superintendent mentioned in his presentation about transportation efficiency, but it has been kind of, that is one area of lack of metrics and lack of measurement that has been frustrating me over the last year. Is we keep talking about doing better, and we are doing things to try and do better, but there has to be some goal, like we have to shoot for this 95% goal. Otherwise, it's just a continual talk of it's getting better. And it impacts the children in so many ways when they're not in school. And we all know that. It's intuitively obvious to the casual observer. So I agree with her on that. And then the other thing was customer service. That was on page 2. Develop a competitive employee salary schedule to keep and attract the best talent and continue to provide quality customer service to our staff and our parents. I would just like us to continue that focus with the idea of how to be helpful instead of putting barriers in the way of. The more I talk to parents, they just would like our help to make their lives and their families' lives easier, and having that focus be on, let's say yes unless we legally or morally, or it's just totally impractical to say no. And that's really all the comments I have on the strategic plan. I do have some comments on the mission and vision, but that's all I have for that. Thank you.
So I will say, just go back to that discussion too. I know Dr. Weissong really didn't get, I mean, with the measurables, I think we've got to make sure that the superintendent is extremely involved with what we're choosing as, how we're choosing measurables, what we're using as those measurables. I think there's got to be things that we can control. I mean, I even think like the busing, like we can control the hiring, we can control, is our lanes, our bus routes proficient, but we can't control the wrecks, the lights, the traffic. And so I don't want us to have measurables that we are ultimately not controlling those measurables. But yet we're going to look at our strategic plan and say we failed or passed or didn't, or superintendent was effective or not effective because of some, it's not just there's a bunch of them that we can't control. And so I want to make sure that you as the superintendent, you're comfortable with those. Like, I don't know those measurables, and so I think that this has got to be a discussion with you saying, what are some of those measurables? What can we do? And I think we can do it. I don't think it's a question of that, or even we probably have some of that data already. We just didn't display it, or we didn't put it out. But that, I think, goes back to superintendent, for me at least, of because that's who wrote this document too, right? Our past superintendent, along with you all, community support, obviously our support. But we didn't come with a blank document and us say, hey, here's what it is. You guys all made it. So I would like to see what your thoughts of the measurables are. I'm not saying you got to tell us what you want to measure right this minute, because we're asking you right away, but just your thought on that in general.
Well, certainly I'm a data guy, and so I like the numbers. I like the measurables. I think, again, when we talk about a really large strategic plan, if you have a measure or multiple measures for everything, then you end up tracking hundreds of metrics, and then pretty soon I'm coming back and saying I need more people just to track all the metrics that you want to run. So it may be that, again, if as a board you identify the most important, because it is your strategic plan, our job as the staff is to get it done. If you're identifying the most important priorities, then we go back as a leadership team and say, how can we measure what, to your point, Chair, is what we can control? So, for example, on transportation, it could be on-time arrival. It may also be what percentage of buses push off on time, right? Can't control the traffic lights. What percentage of the planned routes accomplish a arrival back home within X minutes? In other words, there may be ways to build some metrics where we're really measuring the things we can control, and acknowledging that those things may not be the only thing that impacts the ultimate outcome, right? But we would definitely want time to, I think, as a leadership team, to really think about how to construct those. And that might be a case where on something really technical, we might need some outside help as well in terms of, what is a good way to build a transportation metric system or whatever. But in general, yeah, I think metrics are good because you have to give people targets, to move for, and to look at. And I do think that the reporting of those metrics then supports our goal of being transparent, to Ms. Foreman's point.
So let me ask the board this. From what Dr. Weissong just said, they'd like some direction on here's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm ready right now to tell you as a board, here's my 3, 4, 5 top ones right this minute. So what I would ask is that something that us as a board, we can say, hey, let's sometime in December, I think we've got another opening. Let's come back to the strategic plan to then tell them, here's some of our top, let's say 5 or whatever you come up with. That's up to you. Concerns, and then be able to say metric-wise build. Is that something that you all would be wanting to do? Does that make sense?
No, that's something, absolutely. Turnover rate on teachers, bus drivers, custodian, Paris, all of those things. I would love to have that into this strategic plan to see what that rate is. And I mean, open seat, fill a seat, that's really not retention to me. It's how many times did that seat have to turn over? Because I review the staffing documents that we get every meeting. And I see, okay, we lost this many teachers, we gained this many. You know, why? That's one, that's a whole nother topic. But seeing that would be, I think, instrumental in our strategic plan, and have that goal set that we're gonna improve that, and how we're gonna do that would be a good thing, I think, in my opinion.
Thank you, good.
So,
Yep,
yeah,
thank you.
good. So we'll do this again, and I think, to Dr. Weissong's point, I think if we come up with some stuff that we feel as a board, here's our top 5, 10, whatever it is, that you all can really hone in on and get that data, and I think that'd be good.
Mr. Chairman, if I can suggest, certainly each board member may want to just bring that list back and then you all discuss it in the workshop. And unless either attorney has an issue with this, the other option might be if you all want to agree to a date by which you give your individual list to the board clerk, then without coming back and sharing any information with all of you, then at least as a team, we can start talking about what the themes are and what those metrics might look like. And that might save time, just knowing that we're going to have a pretty crowded spring workshop list, and anything we can do to shave time off might be helpful. Just a suggestion.
I mean, I'm okay with giving those to Laura, and then you guys can see that.
Is the idea what's in addition to here, or further cementing certain ones are more important to us?
I think it's there, looking at the current document and saying, here's some important things that each individual want. Everybody may have
Okay.
some different ones, saying, this is really important, this measurement.
Okay.
And then so that they can then say, how do we actually get that measurement? And what does it look like?
Okay, so it's not.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure.
So it's not making anything new.
Okay.
It's just looking at this strategic plan and saying, dial in, like, what are some really important ones?
Okay.
And then we can give it to Laura and then Ms. Cox, and then she can give it to Dr. Weissong and the team. You guys can look at it. So you said you want like a specific date. I mean, I would just say I don't know what today's date is, the 27th. I mean, I would just say in a couple weeks. I mean, are you guys okay with that?
It's fine, as long as, Mrs. Cox, please just send us an email saying, as a reminder,
Thank
please do it by
you.
this
Oh, that'd be good too.
I was gonna say the same thing, yeah.
I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, our next, we have briefing probably either next week or 2 weeks from now will be our next briefings. So I just say by the 10th. That gives you 2 weeks. You got that, Ms. Cox? We're good? Awesome. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're still up with the
Yep.
discussion regarding the district vision and mission statements. And are you just there kind of?
Omar and
Just
I
there-
are
here?
to facilitate, so.
So I would say-
discussion,
I think this kind of came about when we were in our master board workshop. I want to say we kind of first discussed this and looked at this. I would ask the board, what is our like outcome today? Like, what are we discussing? How do we want to maybe potentially change the vision and the mission statements, and what that looks like? That would be my choice, is in what way are we going to, we can definitely change. I'm all up for changing to match kind of what we're doing and things like that. My choice would be today to discuss how are we going to do that? Like, what's that process look like? Is it going to the stakeholders, going to the community, going to the teachers, going to families, going to what Dr. Weissong, or is it us up here writing up a mission and vision statement?
I've been working.
That is just from us. Me personally, I think it's got to come from everybody as a community, because they're the ones running it. When I say they, staff, teachers, all that. So that's just my question to the board is, what does this discussion, this process look like? So if anybody wants to jump in on that, they can.
I will. Yeah, I mean, I think we did talk about this when you first joined the board and we went through the master board training. And I think we had talked about it and we felt like, well, we didn't necessarily love it, but we felt like it did really say what we wanted it to say. And that's the purpose, is to really make sure it should be concise, it should not be lengthy, and it should be, overarching, right? If the board decides that they want to change these, then I think it has to be by feedback from the stakeholders, which is why I brought up, we have survey data. I don't know if that survey data would really help us with crafting a new vision and mission statement. I think we'd have to probably go through a process, honestly, because you want the buy-in from the 100,000 parents, the 50,000 kids, the 7,000 employees. You want that buy-in because this is their vision and their mission statement that they're going to be carrying out every day. So to me, I agree with you. I think it should have all the stakeholders involved if the board does decide they want to change these. But the mission does say the mission is to educate and develop all students today for their success tomorrow. I think that is our mission. And the vision says, we will be an exemplary student-focused school system that develops lifelong learners to be globally competitive. I think that is what we want. I want my kids' teachers to say, I want it to be a student-focused system, and I want you to make sure that they have the skills so that they want to continue to learn for the rest of their lives, and so that they will be competitive among other students across the world, because that's what they're facing. It's not a national thing. They are going to compete internationally. So if the board decides they want to change these, I do think it needs to have a lot of buy-in and a lot of stakeholders that have a say. Perhaps a committee that can present options to us, because I truly believe this should not be something that comes directly from us. If we're setting it and we're setting like, this is what it is, unless you have the buy-in from everyone else in our schools saying, yeah, this is our mission. This is why I'm here today. Unless you have that, what's the point? It's just words on paper. So maybe it is time to revisit it. Maybe it feels stale to people, and that's okay. I'm okay with that, I don't know how else you word it. I'm not the wordsmith like Mr. Chapman, who apparently didn't like reading, but look at him being a wordsmith, right? Like, that's not my skill set. I acknowledge that. So, if there's a committee of wordsmiths out there that can take all that feedback and come up with something that is a better, more concise way to clearly state our mission and vision, I would totally support that process. What I would not support is this board dictating something that then does not have the buy-in from all the people that we want to vigorously carry it out. So is that the feedback you're looking for? That I'm okay with how it is. I'm okay if we want to change it. But the process should involve all the stakeholders, including, I think, the parents and even community if we want. But really, truly, the stakeholders to me in this case would be employees and parents.
Yeah, I want to know, like, from the board, like, a consensus. Obviously, we're not voting.
Yeah.
Do we want to look at this? Is this something we obviously want to look and maybe potentially change? And then the second thing is, how do we actually go about changing that? So if the first thing is everybody's cool with, hey, we're okay with changing it, great. The second part is, now what's that process look like?
Just one other thought that I had when we were talking about the strategic plan. This expires in 26, which means y'all are going to be out there hitting pavement in 25. I mean, in reality, you are, if not before that, right? Because it takes a long time to really, you meet with all community groups, you gather information, that's how you guide this, right? That's how this one was guided, that's how the one before that was guided. It was a culmination of meeting with lots of different groups to gather information to develop this, along with our feedback and the superintendent and everyone else, but it was community groups as well. I kind of wonder if in that process, they go together. Now, maybe that's too long for this board, and that's okay. But to me, I'd hate to expend resources to do both when I actually think they could be coupled together really nicely in the future.
You're saying all, like, looking at the strategic plan, the mission, vision together.
That's what I'm
Next
saying.
process.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because
I wanna
it,
make sure we said they. I just want to make sure.
just because you're going to do all of that heavy lifting already once in a year and a half, maybe even a year, you're going to start. You want to say it? Go ahead.
To that point, if you think about this time next year, we do have November elections coming up. There may or not be a new board, but we've got November elections coming next year, and we have a millage referendum. Yes, I would think that the fall, winter next year might be a good time to open up the whole plan and revise. It would have been the 2.5 years into the plan. A lot has changed. For example, it's threat management, not threat assessment. There's all new security we're adding. There's just constant budgets and a lot of things changing. So that might be a good time to get the community together and focus on all of this. But that's just Kevin. That's not a
No, that's me
for
too.
you all to
I'm
decide.
just saying, I agree with you that to me, those pieces all go together, right? Like, they go together. And so if we know we're going to tackle this. I don't know why you wouldn't couple them together, because you're going to expend, like I said, you're going to be expending the resources to look at this, and then you're going to be expending the resources again to do this. And gosh, you really want them to all align. So if the board really does feel like this is stale, then plan it so it all goes together, so that they all move together. And maybe that's not right. Maybe you set this first and then you're set up for that, but then it's just Mr. Chapman talking to everybody for the next 3 years. Because that's what you're signing him up for if you do this one and then you do that one. Just a thought.
Ms. Foreman?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to show my age here.
25.
Thank you. Aren't you nice? I worked back in the 80s for Ernst & Young, which is a big international firm. My husband was working for a large manufacturer, and Ms. Spray, you could probably recall this working at Tropicana when mission statements became the thing, okay? And I just looked it up. What is the history of mission statements? And it started in 1974 with a book by Peter Drucker.
Oh.
And, which it took a while for it to filter into, into everyone's consciousness. But, yeah, when these companies came out with their mission statements, I may be the only one, but I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, big deal. Ho-hum. And they don't mean anything. They didn't then, and I'm not sure that they do now. If you go out in the district, even though this mission statement has been in existence for so many years, and you go out and ask our 20-year teachers, what is our mission statement? And, they know what their mission is. Their mission is to be student-focused, and to raise up good students, or to educate them, which is really what we're all about. That should be our focus. But again, looking back in the 80s when these were handed down, they weren't effective. It's just not effective. And I don't even think that the public, that the parents and the community should be weighing in on it, because they're the customer. If you look at it like the businesses were doing. They don't have to buy into it. If they don't like what we're doing and why we're doing it, they can take their child to a different school. Okay? So in terms of a vision statement and a mission statement, and something we're also not talking about, which is in our strategic plan, are our core values. I think reviewing them would be great. I agree with your idea of let our employees come to us with suggestions on what they think it should be. And then we can, throw the whole thing away if we are, and they may look at this and say, this is it, this is good, there's nothing wrong with this, maybe a tweak, but, because our focus is the kids, it is our students, and, should be nothing else, so, I'm okay with leaving it as it is. I would not be okay with this board coming up with a new mission statement. I think it's a counterproductive as well as a waste of time. And I like the idea of getting everybody's way in on it. So, our employees.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
That's all right.
I have some.
Okay. I don't know where this vision statement originated from. I don't know how old it is or how far back it goes, but it's been here long enough that it's on a manila cutout folder and then glued on. So I don't know how long it's been up here.
That's actually new.
Oh, those were
Yeah,
done.
that one,
Those were
yeah.
done so we can read them.
Oh,
Those
is
were
it?
made for us, for us to read. Those have never been up there.
I'm at, okay, but this statement, when was it? Was
Oh, I
it
have no
put out?
clue when the-
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pre-me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. These things change. And I've been looking at it, and wordsmithing is a thing, and I'm good for one-liners. Changing lives one at a time together. I've said that. I've got a whole lot of quotes that I've used. But I was just drafting. Okay, if I were the one that would change that, how would I say that? Not that this would fly or not, but to me it was like, okay, the school district of Manatee County will be a forward-focused education system for students as they become well-balanced individuals on their journey to adulthood. I mean, I'm like, well, that kind of encompasses what we're about for their tomorrows, for globally competitive. It's all encompassed into adulthood. Yeah, let's have buy-in from the community and from staff here and out in the schools. When you go to each school, and I wish I could remember any particular statement that they had on their wall that they used. Each school has their own little goals and their own little statements, yeah, in every school. So their mission might be different than a overall vision. And to your point, Ms. Foreman, we had all kinds of stuff posted in manufacturing in all areas. Maintenance was this one, production was this one, shipping was this one. So I didn't know what shipping was. It didn't matter, It was more on the maintenance side. And logistics, to Mr. Tatum's point. Getting them out on time was a very mission-driven thing in that particular department. I don't know anyone that knows what our mission statement is or our vision statement is. I think it's just words we throw on a document and say this is what our goal is. But when you go down through the strategic plan, okay, let me see what the results of that mission and vision statements were. There's not a whole lot there to compare that statement to. So I don't particularly think that we need two statements, in my opinion. I think we need one that would encompass both of these things and have the community, I don't know, have teachers email what they think would be a good, just a one statement. I don't think we need two, because the mission and the vision are basically, to me, the same. That's all.
I agree with mission, not too. I mean, mission.
Yeah, we don't need two, I don't think.
Shannon?
First, I'll agree with that. There is something in the leadership world about, oh, you should have a vision and a mission, but I agree with you. Let's just have a statement that says what we're doing. Number two is, I'm not a real fan of this. I think it's kind of boring and it's not very, what I would call maybe emotionally appealing. And that goes, I think, to Mrs. Foreman's point about why they don't mean anything, is because it doesn't appeal to your emotions. You know, it doesn't, so because we're going to have this conversation today, I'm not saying we should use this, but something that would appeal to your emotions would be something like, the mission of the Manatee County school system is to develop students and employees who are virtuous and patriotic, whose heads, hands, and hearts are prepared to go forth into society to make themselves, their families, their communities, their nation, and the world a better place. It's appealing, right? It's virtue, it's patriotism, it's virtuous. We're heads, hands, and hearts. That's actually Booker T. Washington, I mean, something like that. And then in the Air Force, what they would do to make sure that the way to make it useful is you actually have to make it part of the evaluation for people. And so when the inspector general would come down and they would do an inspection, they would say, so what's the mission of the 4th Flying Squadron? And you better know it because that was part of your evaluation. So, you know, make it part of people's evaluation. Do you know what the mission of the Manatee County school system is, or your school? Like, what's the school system mission, and what's the mission of your school? So that's how you make it useful, because you're right, Mrs. Foreman, if it's just something you read on a piece of paper, it's not very useful. As far as how we would go about changing it, I do think it needs to be changed. Like I said, I don't think either of these are they're kind of vague and bland and not very emotionally appealing, but to me, that's what leadership comes in for, is to set a new vision. I'm not a fan of going out to the stakeholders, so to speak, and getting their opinions, because that's what I think we do all the time. I mean, we all talk to people all the time. I have a pretty good idea, I think, of what the people in the community would like our school system to do. And you'll never get a consensus. And you know, when the President of the United States comes in, and that's a little different than a school board, but we're still elected officials. I don't think he sits down and does a survey of the American people and says, what do you think the mission of the United States of America should be? Like, that was the election. That was what happened. That's where we heard and had debates, and we had, you know, dialogue, and so here we are. And so I think it's up to us, the 5 people here, to make that decision. Plus, it would be what a huge workload to have to go out and do surveys and get feedback, and that's what leaders do. They set, you know, when a new leader came into an Air Force unit, like, here's my vision, here's what my mission is. I mean, we'll have a discussion. You might have a discussion with a few of your senior leaders, but you didn't go out and survey the members of the organization. I mean, that's what the leadership came in with, because they were put there in theory because of their experience and their ability to lead, and they come up with a mission statement. So I think we should decide on it up here as the 5 of us, with maybe some input from senior staff as we have a workshop discussion, but I'm not in favor of the whole stakeholder approach. That's what we were elected to do, is to set a vision and a mission for the school board.
I kind of agree, yeah. I see that. We set the policies. We are given the information from the district leadership team, but it's ultimately up to the board on what they want and what they, you know, we take a lot of the recommendations from the leadership. We have to, because they're enthralled in every aspect of what goes on. But I agree. I don't think it's a statement that should be changed every 2 years, because the board
leadership
changes.
every 2
I
years.
know, the leadership changes every 2 years,
kind of the
but the leadership here is not gonna change every 2 years. So I think they're a big driver on what the mission and vision statement would be. And again, I'm saying one maybe, but not, we don't need two. These two statements basically say the same thing. And I like your version, even better than mine. But I like the, on their journey, because it is a journey from start to finish of education, whether it's, you know, pre-K through 12 and then on to our local technical, or their 4-year, wherever it is in the world they want to go. It's a journey. And even after that decision's made on what their educational platform's going to be, it's still a journey through life. And it starts in the education. So, yeah, I agree. I think it should be a decision from the board, but I would like the input from the leadership team as well on how we kind of construct that. I really liked yours a whole lot better than mine.
Ms. Messer, I was just going to ask Dr. Weissong, have you, previous position, have you been through a vision mission statement like this before? Do you have any experience on like, hey, this is what we did or didn't do? I'd like to know, just because obviously none of us up here have done it with the school districts. It's just so old.
We did it with different departments where I've been.
No.
We
of
all
course.
had to come up with the bill. With
No, I mean,
the-
every season,
with
as a
the-
football staff, you get together and what's our mission? what's
Yeah,
our-
exactly.
Sure,
So
but-
everybody makes their own. So.
But I'm not, go ahead.
Yeah, so in my prior district, if you took that district's current strategic plan and you compared it to 2003 or 2004, the core elements haven't changed much. The system initiatives, the key performance indicators, obviously very different, but not a lot of change to the overall picture. Strategic planning is done a lot of different ways. Some districts use a consultant, some do not. Some do a ton of stakeholder input. Others keep it more internal, and then the board makes the decision. There's no, you know, there's no one way to do this. My only input would be that if the mission and vision changes, then I do think we have to look and say, does the meat of the strategic plan still reflect the new mission and vision, or combined statement, or whatever? So in other words, if the big overarching philosophy and principles is that, if the board adopts something new, is the rest of the strategic plan still viable? Or does it need to be worked through and updated to reflect whatever the focus of that mission and vision is?
Make a
Okay.
comment there. Yeah. You know, I agree with him completely, but that's part of what we might call the messiness of democracy, in the sense of, you, Mr. Choate, made the statement, well, in 2 years there might be an election, and like, yep, there will be an election in 1 year, and there could be 2 new board members, and that, you know, when new elected officials come into a situation or to an organization, part of what they're elected to do is, if there's a course change that needs to be made, or if they have a new way of a new direction they want to go, that's what they do, and that's messy, and it might require, doesn't necessarily, but maybe, you know, we could decide on a new mission statement, one statement. I agree with Ms. Spray, and then a year from now, in 2024, 2 new members take their seats and they bring up a workshop and we change it again. That's just the messiness of democracy. So this is not a corporation, right? This is a democratic process where people get elected, and they get elected either to continue what's going on or to change the way things are going. And if they want to change the way things are going, then they have to put out a new vision and a new mission, or at least a statement that says, we were doing this, and now we're going to go that way. And that's messy, and it might require strategic plan changes, but that's just part of democracy. So I'm not, obviously just frequently changing the big directions of an organization is probably not a great idea, but on the other hand, when you have a democratic process and people are elected, that's part of what they get elected for, is if the ship isn't going in the right direction, they make a change. So I'll just throw those 2 cents into the mix here, so.
Well, so I will say, I think the ship is going in the right. I'm not saying you didn't say this ship is not going in the right direction, but I do think it is. I think that we've shown over the last 4 or 5 years the progress. I haven't been a part of it. I've only been a part of a year and a half, 2 years, so it wasn't me doing it. But it is going in a direction, a positive direction. Doesn't mean we don't need to change this. This doesn't mean anything. I mean, the mission statement, a vision statement to me doesn't mean. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just words. And I agree, it's got to be emotional. It's got to be somewhat, to grab you. But Ms. Messenger, you wanted to say something?
I had a few things now to say. I'm working on my list. I actually worked in a school district that did require you to know the vision and mission, and you'd be quizzed. Like, somebody from downtown came in and said, "What's this?" You knew you were going to be asked, and you had to have it memorized. I'm not saying that's the right way to do it. I'm just saying there are school districts that do that. I disagree with the point that there was a statement, you made a statement that said, we're not a business, which I agree with that part. And so, like a business might keep their vision and mission for a long time. But a business will rapidly change it if something's going horribly wrong. That is not what's happening here, as Mr. Choate has already said, Chair Choate. I will always say we can improve and we can get better, and I agree with you. I've seen nothing but improvements since sitting here. Well, not nothing, but vastly, much more improvements, at least in the last few years.
Since I've been here.
Okay, whatever. I would say that I've seen improvements since I've sat here. But I would say at what the rapidity of it has changed over the years, like how quickly it would happen, like an accordion, like it'd happen and then it would decelerate and accelerate and decelerate. I'd say that. I would say it's always been a forward moment, but not always at the same pace. How about that? So the concept that, it needs to change because we're not a business, well, sure, but a business would do it if something was going horribly wrong, and I think we all acknowledge that is not what's happening here. We are in a good place. We have continued to be in a good place. We are continuing on our momentum and moving forward. So I think there's value in changing, and I don't even mind the idea of combining them. That's fine. I mean, you're right. Most businesses have both. Doesn't mean we have to have both. That's fine. But the concept that it can change every 2 to 4 years really subjects this entire district to political whims rather than long-term planning. And that's the purpose of this, long-term planning, not whoever's sitting here today, but long-term planning, which we should all be with that mindset, not our next election, not what's gonna get us some people that like us in some room on a Thursday night. That's not why you're here. It is long-term planning. This is our investment in our community for the future. Everything should be long-term planning. Your statement, whatever statement would come in, it shouldn't be subject to, political whim. It should not be subject to that. Our kids should not be subject to that. I actually find that concept repulsive. I don't even have a better word. It's repulsive. Our kids deserve better than that. Our kids do not deserve to be subject to anybody's political whims. Oh, I feel like I want to change it today. It's wrong. And if this board wants to dictate a statement, I think that's wrong. If nothing else, even if this board wanted to craft a statement, perhaps come up with 2 or 3 options and put that out to the employees. How do you feel about this? Give us feedback on this. Do you have support of this? Because if you think I'm going to be able to dictate this and everyone's going to have buy-in, that's baloney. They're not going to have the buy-in. And what I want is employees that are going to say, yes, that's my mission statement. That's what I believe in. I'm going to go to work today and feel like I'm doing that. And we don't get that unless we get their feedback. And you're right, I talk to people all the time. I don't think anybody, I can't say anybody. I think a minority, a small minority would like the statement that you just proposed. So once again, I think we all have different people that we even talk to. And perhaps that's the point, right? If we got the feedback from a lot of different people, we'd have a better idea of this is really where they think we should go. And that should come from them. That should come from other people giving us feedback. So to conclude, if we want to change it, fine. I still think the smartest play is to couple it with a strategic plan, because then you can all align it together. I do have concerns with what Dr. Weissong just said, which is we will be revamping all of this. And then we'll be revamping all of it in a year and a half. It's just a waste of resources. We know that this strategic plan is moving in the direction we want to go. We're going to highlight even more things that we want out of this strategic plan to be a focus. But then we're going to say, but hold on, now I'm going to change everything. It just doesn't make logical sense. To me, it's far more logical to tackle this together. There's the mission and the strategic plan, because you're going to be doing it in a year.
Ms. Foreman?
Okay, one thing Mr. Tatum said, and I thought was insightful, is that there's no emotion attached to a mission statement. Now, I've never seen a mission statement that had anything that would pull at your heartstrings. But here's a suggestion, okay? On the front page of our strategic plan, okay, it says where education, or where it says education with innovation and imagination. I think that's pretty good. But it says where exploration and careers begin. And if we took our vision statement, okay, because it does seem to be redundant with our mission statement. They're saying the same thing. But if we turn our vision statement into something like the school district of Manatee County is where exploration and careers begin, that's it. That's all you say. You make it short, sweet, pull at your heartstrings, you know, that, and it says that's what we're about. And then call it a day. That's my suggestion.
So, I don't know if we have a direction
Uh-oh.
here. What? I don't really know if we have a direction here. You said, oh, what?
No, I just saw the
I don't know.
look on people's faces.
I just don't know if we really have a direction of what we're doing here still.
I
yet.
look on my
mean,
face, can I clarify? Look on my face is that I was thinking to myself, I like that better than anything else I've heard. That was the look on my face, like, actually that one's not bad because it really covers everything and
Well,
it's quick.
And this
And
is my
you want
problem
it to be
with us,
quick.
with
I agree with
five of
you.
us, we're gonna have 5 different statements,
my
5
point.
different things,
That's
5
my
different
point.
kind of avenues.
And it's
And then
just
how do you
not-
decide which one? I do think attaching it to our strategic plan makes sense because that's what actually is gonna be doing work. A vision mission statement does nothing but sit on the wall and that's it. What does the work is the strategic plan. That should match, obviously, your overall vision mission statement. So I do think that they need to encompass each other. We need to be doing our action, which is our plan, needs to match what our statement is saying wherever it's put out and located. So, I mean, I don't know who made that statement up. I mean, whatever. I'm not saying that that's what it's got to be, but I do think it's got to match.
He's grinning,
I do think it's got to match. I do think it has to match the plan. Like, what is our plan moving forward? it's the strategic plan. We're going to be doing another one in a year or so. I'm not saying that our mission statement and vision statement match identical what the strategic plan was, because these were made probably, I don't know, in 1974. When the mission statement came about. I didn't know that. That's a good, I didn't know that's when they came about. But
She wasn't bored yet.
I do think it has to match with what is our plan, because otherwise I don't want to be different than the plan, and not saying that any of the suggestions you all made are different, way different than the plan. But obviously we're not deciding this today. I guess my question is, we need some kind of like thought process from the board, us moving forward. What do we want to do?
Okay. I don't know how to unpack all of that.
Well,
From, not yours, Ms. Messenger, and all of that. Yeah,
can we hear the suggestion?
okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Part of your normal strategic planning process is just what you're talking about. So naturally, we're going to have to begin to be in that stage anyway. To part of that process, you reflect on your current mission, your current vision, your current core values, and then you offer opportunities at that time to change it anyway. Naturally, to add, take away. So that's a natural process in the plan through a retreat format that you begin to work. You don't wait to 2026 to begin that process. It starts prior to that. And then you take a look at all the critical aspects of your plan and allow your key stakeholders to take input in that, with eventually coming back to the board for you to ultimately make the decision to get us where we need to be.
Okay.
So how would you suggest going about coming up with a statement, which, rather than a mission statement or a vision statement, just a statement, I would call it a mission statement, the mission of the Manatee County School System?
Right, so you take your feedback through the process.
Through what process?
Through the strategic planning process, where you're gonna have to reflect on that process anyway. So we're gonna already begin that work to look at making another plan. And at that time, you do revisit your mission, you revisit your core values, your vision, and any change you wanna make, you make it at that time, and then you bring it back, you notice it to the community, you bring it back here for you to make the ultimate decisions. But then we give input, we give feedback, and everybody really has a say on what we like at that time. So naturally, students are able to give feedback, community is able to give feedback. So if a great statement comes out of that, that work is going to begin prior to 2026 anyway. Mm-hmm. So we can take all the things that you're indicating, we can all take that into account through the natural process of the work that we're going to have to do anyway. You know, we're going to have to come back when grades come in and look at adding metrics to the plan. We indicated that initially, that we're going to have to redo, look at the plan at that time when we had more information. So that's a perfect time to really look at everything that we need to do. Go back to your mission, go back to your vision, go back to your core values. If there's things that we need to tweak, then we tweak those. But eventually everything comes back right here. We've given the leadership team time to do their work. We've given time for the community to review our thoughts and suggestions. And then ultimately you make the decision when it gets to your level. So we're going to have to begin that, pretty soon anyway.
So I'm not sure that this, and whoever came up with this, or however it came up with, I don't mean to be too negative about it, but I'm not sure this is really the reason why the Manatee County school system has made significant improvement and is in really good shape. I don't know that this drove that. I think it's just hardworking people doing the best that they can, and with the resources that they have, and making things better on a daily basis. So, I mean, as a thought of where to go from here, it sounds like, number one, there's not even a consensus up here of how to do it. Number one is some people would like to have a lot of community input. A couple of us would think it's more of a leadership responsibility to kind of put that out as a new direction, a new heading for the ship to take. And what I think I heard you saying was something to the effect of, let's just wrap it into the next review of the strategic plan, which will start approximately when, or you can start
Start
now.
after you know,
2020.
post-November 2024.
Okay.
And you know, it does take, you know, quite a while, half a year, to really, and especially with a new board, and I mean, even this is a new board from the last time we did this, but a new board, new leadership. It would have been 1 year into, you know, a year and a half, but essentially 1 school year for a new superintendent and the leadership team to now sit down and say, okay, we've been through a school year, and now we'll see where we end up with the election next year, but also budget-wise with a referendum and the ballot language and what that has, and weigh what else is going on in the state and in the world at that time. And you know, we could be back in the summer of 25 with a draft, you know, outline of a plan from having spent from November of 24 to the end of that school year, and come back to you in June and July and try to put something together through that process of, like we did with this and the previous one, of everybody weighing in on it. So this mission and vision statement actually was vetted during this process by teachers and the community and parents. They felt that this was a good mission and vision statement for this strategic plan. That may not mean anything right now, but it was part of the process, like Omar just laid out. It was a consideration. Should we change this? Should we tweak it? And the consensus was that it fit. Now that was 2 years ago, you know, a year and a half ago. So, but yeah, one option could be to start that process in you know, let's say December of 24, and go 6 months out, whatever, 4 to 6 months out, and you know, meet with you all extensively, meet with parents, meet with SACs, meet with principals, all the stakeholders, to really get an idea of what the strategic vision of the district should be, the you know, statements, all that stuff is part of that process.
So when we did all that you mentioned about stakeholders and talking to them and getting their feedback, and parents and teachers and whatever hours, hundreds of hours, and conference, and then what we got was the school district of Manatee County will be an exemplary student-focused school system that develops lifelong learners to be globally competitive. I'm not.
I think that was already the statement before they started, though.
Oh, well, okay. Well, they just kept it then.
Yeah.
So, like, what was the purpose of all that? And I don't think it produced what you might call an emotionally grabbing statement that really gets to the heart of what we're trying to do. But you know, the point of it doesn't really get to the point of education in that, you know, there's a good editorial from the Wall Street Journal from a guy named Daniel Keegan, who was a professor of classics at Yale for a long time. And the title of it is "Democracy Requires a Patriotic Education." The Athenians knew it, Jefferson knew it, somehow we've forgotten. Civic devotion instilled at school is essential to a good society. And this doesn't reflect, this is a generic statement about one potential goal of a school system. But if we want to get to really what an education is about, we need to kind of review what is the point of public education. But we're not going to solve that up here today, and that's why we should probably do that in another workshop, and maybe we can do it in conjunction with the strategic plan, and we're just going to have to decide how we want to go about doing that. But this is not, at least what I was, you know, if I were king, and we'd change it tomorrow, but this does not reflect what a public education system in the United States of America should be doing. In
Then understand too that the strategies is a key piece in that as well. Like you have your mission, you have your vision, you have your core values, and the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about is really in the strategies that's going to ultimately get us where we want to be for our mission and vision. But that work could begin right away. I mean, you can dictate that.
And you can go about, I mean, we could change the mission statement today, and it would just inform people, hey, when you're doing all the things in here, do it with that in mind. You don't have to change a bunch of what's in here. You just say, this is kind of the new vision, the new mission that we're shooting for. So as you go through and look at all these things that we're supposed to be doing, do it with that new one statement of mission in mind. It doesn't require a wholesale change to this document. It's just a new way of, it's a new mindset. And that's a word you hear me like to use. It's a new mindset. So.
Okay, couple of things. When we talked about this statement, vision, we'll talk about that during our master board, and I'm talking to the board members. We'll review that at the master board training, and we'll maybe come up with some different versions. Okay, mission statement might be one thing, a vision statement might be another thing, all of those. To me, there's a board vision as well. There's an expectation this board expects. And to me, maybe it's not a whole-centered, a whole district vision, as, you know, this school has their vision, this school has their vision, and their statements, and all of their, you walk in and it's on their forefront. I think it should be a board statement. The school board of Manatee County and whatever. And as far as saying could you read your statement again of what you wrote down?
Sure. The mission of the Manatee County School System is to develop students and employees who are virtuous and patriotic, whose heads, hands, and hearts are prepared to go on to a journey into society to make themselves, their families, their communities, their nation, and the world a better place.
Okay. Might need to slim it down a little, but it's a great statement because we embrace the ROTCs. So having a board statement, I think, is probably, I would say, would be what we want, and that would be what because we're not just encompassing these statements, students. Okay, I don't see teachers, and I understand that, I get that, but with his statement, it's students and staff and development for our, with the new role that we just approved. That's going to help develop our staff up to leadership roles. And this is students in everyone, student focused. We're all focused on the students. That I'm not taking away from the students, but we're also an organization. And I said that at a site visit. We want to take, first-year teachers up through our organization because you're going to retire someday. All of us are going to retire someday. We want to, promote from within. You don't want to bring somebody from another state in to do a role that maybe you have a good person they've gone through all these different trainings and they've done all of the different, take the different measures to get up to a leadership role. So we are student focused, but we're also developing our own staff and developing all of their careers. You know, we're you know, focusing on students and what their educational goals are, but we're also developing future leaders in that role too. For instance, Dr. Weisong came from another, he was a deputy, now he's a superintendent. So that all came from uplifting through the district that he was in for a number of years. I think just about every person in the cabinet has had an extensive leadership role somewhere and have brought their experiences with them and have contributed to our district. So I don't think that just to change a few words and make a new statement needs to go through extensive work and all of that. I think it could be just a board's vision of what we want for our students, our staff, whether that's a teacher, a para, or even the cafeteria, food service workers, transportation. You know, it's a whole statement that encompasses all, goes back down to the student. So that's my kind of vision of, I think we do have, when we say the pledge every meeting. So that's part of the patriotism, and we are the United States of America, and that's the students we're educating, our students in our country.
Mrs. Foreman?
Okay, a couple things. One, talking about staff. Staff and teachers and teacher development is the means by which we educate our students. In all things, what is our end goal? It's not our staff, it is our students. It's for them to learn, to grow, and to be ready to go out. So I would disagree on including, you know, that is not our mission. That is not, you know, staff. Our mission are the students. And I think our staff would tell you the very same thing. That is what they are focused on when they go to work in the morning, is teaching those students. The second thing, the discussion about patriotism. Okay, that is not our mission either. And I'm not being unpatriotic here, but they do that in communist countries, you know, where education is provided and they teach them one certain way, and that, you know, we need to be teaching our students critical thinking, for them to listen to information, to gather information, to assimilate it, to discuss it, to consider it thoughtfully, and they may come to conclusions that are different than a patriotic person. And that is the democracy in this country, is that people can have different thoughts, can speak different thoughts, you know, that they have those rights. And where people may accuse schools of indoctrinating students, I would disagree. I don't believe that we do, but teaching them to be patriotic, that's indoctrination.
So if I could have Professor Keegan respond to you, Mrs. Foreman. Jefferson meant education to produce a necessary patriotism, democracy of all political systems, because it depends on the participation of its citizens in their own government, and because it depends on their own free will to risk their lives in its defense, stands in the greatest need of an education that produces patriotism. I recognize that I have said something shocking. The past half century has seen a sharp turn away from what had been traditional attitudes towards the purposes and functions of education. Our schools have retreated from the idea of moral education except for some attempts at what is called value clarification, which is generally a cloak for moral relativism verging on nihilism of the sort that asserts whatever feels good is good. Even more vigorously have the schools fled from the idea of encouraging patriotism. And I won't go on, but it says, I'll finish with this. Many have been the attacks on patriotism for intolerance, but that is to equate it with bloated distortion and chauvinism. My favorite dictionary defines patriotism as one who loves, supports, and defends his country. If we think that we're going to take the youth of America and preserve American culture and not teach them to be patriotic and believe in what we might call the traditional economic, moral, and political values of this country, that is the main purpose of the American education system. And that's what Jefferson believed. That's what the Athenians believed. They weren't Americans, but they believed in educating for the continuation of their culture. That is the purpose of an education. And yes, I'll even say it. It's called American indoctrination. If you want to preserve a culture and a nation, you have to indoctrinate the next generation in the values, the good values that your society currently holds. That's the point of the education system.
Well, Jefferson.
So hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay, well,
We're going
I had to respond.
way off. I know we're going way off, and so I'm gonna say stop for a second.
No, I
We've
wasn't
now
gonna talk
moved
about
to
that. I was going to try and get us to.
yeah. We've now moved to some way off of. So I just want to. I would say this moving forward. I think we could have a chance to maybe. I even think for board training. Oh my gosh, what's her name?
Ms. Cook.
December.
Ms. Cook, gosh, when we meet next week or 2 weeks from now, I think she mentioned something about this, I believe, in our next meeting, and I think we can discuss this because, again, I think that we're put. This is just my. I don't really have any opinions about the mission statement, the vision statement. I think, to be honest with you, this is way 100 million times more important than what any paper says about our mission and statement. I think it's our plan is really what drives us. But I want to stop because it's 1 o'clock. I actually really have to go to the bathroom too, and so I think we can discuss this a little bit more. I don't think we're going to come to consensus today to be able to move forward, and then we've got to move on to item number 5. I know Miss Messenger has to get out of here at 2. So do I. Were you going to say something else?
I just wanted to say one thing. I think there is some consensus. I think there's consensus that we're all okay changing it. And
For
I
sure.
think there's enough consensus to say we'd rather ask the stakeholders. There are at least 3 people saying that. So we have those 2 consensus. The only consensus we don't have is timeline. We have the other 2. There is enough support for those first 2 sitting here today. The only one we don't have is timeline. And we could talk about that later. I just want to point that out. That's the only point I wanted to culminate. We have consensus on 2 things, just not the third.
Well, I redacted my comment that we need all stakeholders. I think there should be a board statement.
No, but I believe we should have stakeholders involved.
Yeah.
I wasn't counting
Create
you.
our plan.
I was counting
Yeah, we create a
Oh,
plan.
all
Mr.
right.
Choate,
Yeah, people
Mrs.
involved.
Foreman, and myself. All 3 of us have said we believe that there should be stakeholders. That is
Right.
a consensus of the board to say we believe that. So we have those 2 is my only point. The only thing we don't have is a timeline of when it would happen. I'm not saying that we need to decide that today. I'm just saying there already is pieces to build off of when we have that discussion. I don't want to start from square one when we have this discussion is what I'm trying to say. There's no point of rehashing everything we just did for the last hour. We've already talked about it. We've already stated where we are. If we're going to have a conversation and move forward, the conversation then needs to become when.
Okay, we can discuss that at a timeline
Yes.
later on announced. We're in recess. We are back from our quick recess, and we're gonna move to item number 5, last one for today. Discussion on some of the school board policies that we will be amending and looking at approving and having a public hearing at the board meeting on November 14th, 2023. Mr. Chapman, you're back again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. So we've got just a few policies, but just something to keep in mind as you look through them, and I met with many of you individually. All those grammar things you see in there will be either fixed by me or Neola when we combine the policies. They'll definitely be fixed when you see them on the November 14th board work. But even then, if you see that I missed a dot and I or missed a spelling, Neola goes through that process when they take our approved policies and put them into our board docs. So,
For the record, can you read all of the policies that we're talking about today?
And for the
Mrs.
record, I
Messenger
like
loves that.
correcting those little bitty.
yes, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I
Yeah.
harassed you with that.
Yeah, I've already admitted my reading inability. So what I'd like to do is, to Ms. Messenger's point, go through the big stack of policies, and then we'll work our way to that bylaw at the end, talking about presiding officer and in person and that kind of thing. So that, and let you all figure out the edit there. So on the big stack, that starts the title bylaw 0144. That's a simple change about your term limit of 8 years per recent legislation. Then there's a slew of 6 policies, the 1111, the 3111, the 4111. I'm making Mrs. Messenger very happy reading these. 1121.01, 3121.01, and 4121.01. Those 6 policies are again, these are most, if not all, of these policies are because of changes in legislation, thus then changes in statute, and I'll highlight the ones that aren't. But those 6 were making sure we were adding the E-Verify and criminal background checks to our employment verifications. That was based off of Senate Bill 676. The next 3, 1120, 3120, and 4120, are again from 676.
Yeah, question about-
Oh, sorry, Ms. Messenger.
Yeah, I'm Ms. Foreman.
Ms. Foreman.
Oh, sorry.
that's fine.
I spoke without looking.
No, I'm just looking, does this mean that I have to go through screening again?
Well, we've talked about that. It's they've given us dates to do the background checks again, the fingerprinting, and HR has figured out that process. So we're going to run you again without you knowing it to fit the timelines we need to do. So there's no cost to an employee. There's no employee doesn't have to do anything. We're going to
I don't
run
have
that
to go
through
back
HR.
for another drug test or?
Correct.
Are you worried they're gonna find something?
Well, you raise your hand now, so we may. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just put a light on
HR, start with
yourself.
her.
In 1120, 3120, 4120. Again, this is talking about certification. Mrs. Foreman raised a good point. In 4120, for some reason, there's a section there on professional learning. I talked to Neola. We're going to strike that professional learning since it's the same language that's in 1242 and 3242. Speaking of 1242 and 3242, again, it's a lot of these policy edits sometimes don't. They seem kind of silly a little bit, but we're changing the terminology from professional development to professional learning due to legislation in 1537. So that's what's in 1242 and 3242. In 2120, this is a provision that we need to add because of HB 7039 about math deficiency and an early warning system to be put in there. In 2210, you could see that, yep.
Before you go on 2120, I had pointed out under the early warning system, it's saying every school in grades 6, 7, and 8. but then we're adding something about kindergarten through grade 3. Did you check into that?
Yes, and I'm
Because it
hap-
did not make sense that
yeah,
we're,
that is still upstairs on my desk, so the answer, I don't quite have that answer unless the superintendent knows that answer. But I have that answer upstairs, so I can follow up with you afterwards.
okay.
In 2210, these were based on two pieces of legislation, and this is about a comprehensive reading plan that we present to the board, and then pieces of it need to be approved by DOE. In 2271, this was based off of House Bill 5101. This is talking about dual enrollment. The state gives us funding for that.
There, thank you.
And Mrs. Foreman, you had a question on that too.
Yeah, I asked if that applies to charter schools, if the district is responsible for paying for dual enrollment
Yes,
of
and
a
the
charter
state,
school student.
yes, and the state gives us funding for that. So we hold it, and then they give us the numbers, and then we.
Okay, so
and
it
properly
doesn't,
fund
it
it.
doesn't come out of our pocket?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And 2421, and in 2423, both of those are based on Senate Bill 240, talking about the work we're doing on hosting career fairs, providing work-based learning opportunities, all of that career exploration work that was in that bill. In 2460, a change or an addition about pre-K, ESE, and early literacy section was added there in 2460 based on those two bills. On 3220, this is about teacher evaluations and observing the classroom observation process. In 5111.01, our homeless student policy, just some updates sprinkled throughout there based on some updates to the rule that we follow when it comes to homeless students. 5780 is simply that, that's, I call it the headache bill, but that's where Mrs. Spray can get an aspirin now, and you don't need a parent permission slip to get for when a child has a headache. And 6114, update to some federal regulations there with some of our federal funds. In 6320, 6325, and 6450, this is the provision, and there was some there was a duplicated paragraph in there we'll take out, but in HB 3, that's the piece of legislation that talks about that you cannot weigh a potential vendor's ideological or political views in the contracting process. So the big meat of the bill is about state pension plans, and then there's a provision about that you can't, like I said, weigh a vendor's social, political, or ideological views in the contracting system. A minor update to 6440 based on House Bill 897. 7544 is our social media. That's the TikTok provision or any specific Chinese-based foreign media or technology type situations there. 8610 is adding that you can use, you don't quite have to use a yellow bus to transport students. There's other ways now to do that. In 9160, I know Mrs. Foreman, you asked about this. I don't know if you all know this, but Deputy Superintendent Rinaldi is a world-renowned referee. This is the Joe Rinaldi bill because this now makes it criminal to yell and scream and attack a referee or an umpire at a school event. I didn't know that wasn't criminal, but now it makes it very severe penalties for, somebody screaming and yelling and going crazy on an umpire or referee at a school sporting event. So tonight, Mr. Chair, when you're at Palmetto High,
I don't know if I can get behind that one.
Is this in effect already?
9215 is about direct support organizations, and that could be something like Manatee Education Foundation, but that's just putting in some language in there. 9700.0. Oh, yep.
I mean, you and I had the discussion. A DSO is an organization, and in the paragraph, we're adding a section about the FRS, which is an individual. So were you able to, like if we have an employee leave the district and then form an LLC or a corporation so that they are a DSO, a direct support organization, is that permissible?
Yes, that language that's in that policy is correct to that Senate bill and statute. To answer your more specific question, I might have to ask council to weigh in on that.
So that was derived specifically straight from statute? That's how they wrote it?
Well, from that Senate bill, yes, that's correct.
Huh.
Trying to find it as we speak here.
Talking about 9215, right?
9215.
9215.
Yeah, it's, the paragraph is,
I
the
can-
board shall permit the use of property, facilities, and personal services of the district by the DSO, subject to the provisions of Florida statutes and corresponding board policies. Additionally, the board may contract with a DSO for personal services or operations. However, a retiree of the Florida retirement system must first satisfy the requirements for termination of employment, and goes into
I
that.
think that's the 1-year rule where you gotta sit out.
Yeah.
What we can do is we can circle back with you.
Because I think it's unclear, I mean, if you want to wait until that employee is gone for a year,
Put it in there.
you gotta,
Well, I think that's what they mean by that statute 121.0. Those two statutes there, I think, lay out that provision of when you're a retiree of FRS. Those two statutes lay out what the rules are for you to then become a DSO or a vendor back to the district. But I can circle back with council and get back with you, since this is why we have a workshop, and we'll get you that answer.
I just thought it could be more clear.
And during the public hearing, I can come, and if we need to add something, we can add something. Then and then 9800, the charter schools. It seems like every policy cycle, we're always adding things to charter schools because there's so much legislation on it. But and there is some duplication in there that I'll edit. But essentially, just updating that policy on some legislation about payments and when those happen, and making sure that any software or applications that are shared between the district and the charter schools, that there's proper training and things like that we're operating like we should be. That's that big stack. Yep.
Well, there was a duplicated paragraph there on page 13.
Yes.
Of that one.
Yes, we'll edit that. Yep, I have that duly noted.
Chairman, I think I can answer the question on 2120 real quick, if that's right, the school improvement policy that you had, Mrs. Foreman.
Yes,
So the early warning system is required for grades K through 8. The new substantial math deficiency is only K through 4 within the K through 8 system. And then the reference to 6 through 8 is there's a separate statute that says that your middle school school improvement plans have to have data from the early warning system in it. So that's why there's like 3 different
So is this in the
references.
wrong place, this sentence being added about K through 3? Because it appears that it's a section that talks about middle school. And then suddenly, as an additional item in that section, it's K through 3.
We'd probably have to go back and ask Neola what the rationale is for placing that there.
So if we
Any other
go to the
questions on those, that bump?
next set?
Back to 5780.
Yeah, sure, sir.
What's the legal law change that's driving the change there?
Yeah, 5780 is now, you, as a child, you do not need a doctor's note to carry or use aspirin.
Okay.
So that was a change we've implemented with our nursing staff and school admin staff over the summer.
So as it's written up here in the document, there's a whole policy 5780,
Yep.
parent-student rights, but only things that are redlined in this document are being changed, is that?
Right, you've got the, on 4 of 10 is the medication, and then 5 of 10 is the New World Scholarship that gets updated, and then a provision about the right of a parent to ask for a different teacher, to switch a classroom, and there's a process for that. And then there's that deficiency. Then there's that deficiency section again that we've updated on a previous policy in this stack.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'll move to the next stack.
Can I try to answer?
Yeah.
Your question regarding, excuse me, your question regarding the FRS requirement in policy 9215. The reason it's worded the way it's worded is because the definition of termination depends on whether it's an employee who has been terminated and whether they ended their employment before 2010 versus after 2010, and whether that employee participated in the drop program or chose not to participate in the drop program. And so it's hard to get into all the intricacies of what would qualify as termination within our policy because it's quite a lengthy provision in the statute. And so that's why we're quoting to that section 121.021 rather than repeating what would be about 5 paragraphs of explanation in terms of what would qualify as being terminated and not terminated. Is that helpful? I'm sorry.
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
Is the purpose to say that, yes, a school district can contract with a direct support organization if there's an individual involved that they have to have, they have to have met the requirements so that what I'm getting at is if we contract with a direct support organization, it's more than an implication that it's not an individual, that it's a corporation, an LLC. So if a former employee goes to work for a direct support organization, because they would be an employee of the direct support organization, they would not be the vendor, they would be their company, the company would be the vendor. I don't see clarity on that, at least in my mind.
Well, I think you're asking 2 questions. I think you're asking about a better explanation or understanding of what a direct support organization is. And then I think you're also asking about what the legislative intent of the Senate bill was that caused the change. I can't speak to what the legislative intent was, because I haven't researched that issue, but my guess is that it was probably in the spirit of closing those loopholes that so many people found objectionable to what they called the double dipping, and requiring employees to be gone and terminated for a period of time before they can be rehired or, benefit as an employee, back in the state system. That's my suspicion, but I don't have anything to base that on. And then the other thing I would point to is in the paragraph at the top of that policy, 92.15, it talks about that for the purposes of this policy, a direct support organization is, and it gives, criteria, the 3 criteria, and it has to be a Florida corporation, not-for-profit, incorporated under Chapter 617, approved by the Department of State, and organized and operated exclusively, for those purposes. So I don't think you should think of it as necessarily an employee, but they're trying to say, hey, if an employee has left and then forms this type of entity, we need to look at whether or not they've officially been terminated pursuant to 121.021 before we can allow them to be a DSO. Did I answer that? Or did I create more?
I'm just picturing, let's say that one of our employees leaves and goes to work for an existing DSO, which, we have plenty of DSOs. Does that disqualify that DSO?
I don't think it would.
Okay.
Just by mere virtue of what's already considered a DSO, hiring someone who worked for us, I don't think that would disqualify that entity because it was already a pre-established entity. The fact that they've hired someone to work for them who used to be our employee, I don't
But
think
if
that
our
would.
employee forms a DSO?
I think that's a different analysis.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the next set of policies is the one that starts with the bylaw 0171, and this is a replacement policy. So we had an outdated bylaw in there that said that every 2 years we need to look at policies, and as we all know, we're probably every month looking at policies. So it's just an updated bylaw there. So you'll see that's why it's all in green. You're seeing one all crossed out because we're replacing it with a new bylaw. 2417 is another one that seems to always come up, and that's the comprehensive health education. That's based on 2 pieces of legislation. Big parts of that are the social, emotional, and physical effects of social media that we now teach. And then, again, because of the parent rights legislation, talking about when these topics come up and how do these topics come up, that there needs to be parental notification. You'll see there's also a big section in there about life skills and resiliency. That's all been added. And also the major provision about biological males and biological females, and how babies are made. That's all now very strictly written out in curriculum, and this policy lays out how we educate our students on that. So that is 2417. 6322 is similar to the other 600s that are on that previous stack, again adding that HB3 language about that as a government agency or political subdivision, we cannot weigh someone's or a vendor's ideological, social, political views when doing our contracting. 6550 is a very minor change on our part. We had a old provision in there when we talk about travel and per diem called MapQuest. Many of us use all kinds of different services for that, so we just made sure we said any service that you can look up mileage. And then 8405, again, that's another one that's always seems to be coming up because of all the security additions that are happening in the legislature. The big part of that is really changing all of that threat assessment language into threat management language, and then talking about the new threat management model that needs to be set up, and also that our safety and security coordinator for the district is the one who kind of, sets all of that safety and security issues of the district, presents things to the board, so on and so forth. And you've seen that now in shade between Paul D'Amico and Pat Bartholomew, so that's that stack. If you all have any questions or comments on those policies, and then last is this bylaw 0163, which I know was brought to the attention of the board by Ms. Spray, and that is on your screen. That is a very short bylaw, and I'll maybe leave it for you all to discuss how you want to edit this. Ms. Spray offered the suggestion of in the beginning of the second sentence where it says "in the absence" to perhaps add the word "physical" before the word "absence." So, in the physical absence, disability or disqualification of the chairman, the vice chairman shall act instead. I offered that edit, Mrs. Spray's edit, to you all for discussion, so you could tell me how you'd like me to edit this, and we'll add it to the November 14th public hearing.
I thought we already discussed that.
Well, you all approved to bring it to the workshop
You just haven't
to
edited
discuss it.
You
Yes.
hadn't edited it here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, there's just that
We
one
need-
insert, that one word that I wanted to
Okay,
insert
discussion
physically.
about the edit, not
Right.
about the vote of it
Right.
later on, but about the edit.
Right.
Edit of it. Is that
I'm in favor.
I would
physically?
ask the attorneys to, if that is sufficient.
I would recommend the terminology be like physically present or something at the meeting, rather than,
Shall be physically present instead of shall preside, or?
well, that if the chair is unable to be physically present at the meeting, the vice chair would conduct the meeting. I think that's what y'all were saying, wasn't it?
Okay, so it would be the beginning of the second sentence.
Yeah, yes.
You would reword it how?
In the event the chairman was unable to be chairperson physically present
Okay,
at the meeting, the vice chair would preside.
Then do we drop the disability and disqualification of the chairman?
I would try to work that back in if you,
I mean, I've seen attempts of trying to disqualify chairmen.
yes, I have.
Yes, you were part of that too.
I remember
I was
seeing
not part
that.
of it. I witnessed it.
Yeah, you were on the board.
Maybe Mr. Dye, repeat that one more time. In the event
Repeat
of
that.
in the event the chair, what do we say, chairperson?
we say chairman in this sentence,
Chairman's
this
fine.
paragraph, but
No, it needs to be chairperson.
Oh, the title is chairman.
Chairman, yeah.
So maybe after absence, we put parentheses, physically present at the meeting, including physically, unable to be physically present at the meeting. But leave in disability and disqualification.
so in the absence, parenthesis, or parenthesis? No,
Parentheses, including,
including to be physically present at the event or at the meeting,
to be unable
be
to be
unable
physically present at the meeting.
at the meeting. Okay?
I have a question. When these are put before us in our, at our board meeting, will this be a separate item? Or will it all be one?
And I might need council's help. At the public hearing, it will be a discussion of all the policies and bylaws that are up for approval. When you then move for approval, I guess council can help me here. I could lay them out that way. I could work with the board clerk to have three separate packets, or three separate votes, if you will. That big stack we just went over, the one previously, the second, and then this be a third. So there's three separate items.
I would prefer it to be separate because I'm going to vote no on this one.
These have already, the big packet has already been advertised though, right?
They've all been advertised.
Including this one?
Yes, because you voted to advertise it.
Okay.
You voted to advertise it. That's what the vote was. It was a separate vote to advertise, and then then what was discussed is we'd come here
Just want to
today.
make sure we meet our 30-day
Yes.
requirement on all
And
of
we
it.
will.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
I don't see why they couldn't be separated out in chunks, since that's how we've advertised them in chunks. But I just want to make sure, because I don't really want to vote no on the whole entire packet. I really just want to vote no on this one.
Yeah.
What say ye, attorneys?
Well, Mr. Chapman,
I just have some
Miss-
recommended alternate
yeah, Ms.
language.
D'Agostino wrote us out a
Okay.
sentence for
In the
us.
event that the chairman is not physically present or is disabled or disqualified, comma, the vice chairman shall act instead. So it takes the last piece of the sentence, but just rephrases the first.
Sounds good. I mean, I don't want-
If that's what the board wants, if that's what the board wants.
Thank you. And then, council, the suggestion, well, I don't want to speak for the chair, but there's a question about, can we make three different votes on these three sets of policy?
Like they're
policies?
advertised. They're advertised in chunks like that.
Would think so.
Yeah, you could vote one by one if you wanted to.
Well, I don't.
Just saying.
We're not going that far.
I'm not suggesting, you can break them up
The
however
board's
you want.
okay with that. We could set it up that way.
I mean, I'm okay putting all the New Yola policies even together. I just want this one separate. It's really my only request. Please
Okay.
put this.
Maybe there's two votes. I could do all the two stacks.
So if there was a policy that I wanted to pull to have a separate vote on, every time we redo policies, I could say, I want to pull that from the block and advertise it separately, so I could vote no on it.
They weren't advertised separately.
I know, I'm saying in the future,
I've seen it done.
Yeah, you can pull one.
I've seen it done at board
Not at a
meetings.
board meeting, but when we're setting the agenda. That's why I'm asking right now. I'm not gonna do it at a board meeting. I'm asking right now in front of everybody. Because it shouldn't be done on a whim. It shouldn't be done without anyone knowing. I'm doing it right now. I'm requesting that it get moved, so it's separate.
That's fine.
It's really in how you frame the motion. I mean, whatever motion is made, someone could make a motion to approve all the policies as proposed, with the exception of policy blah. And then there has to be a separate vote on that,
Right.
whatever ones are pulled away or identified as being not part of the motion.
Right.
Doesn't
So
affect the
however you-
advertising.
Yeah, however you want to structure it.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else?
I just want to point out that Neola hasn't changed this policy since 2013, and it looks like we haven't changed this policy since November 16,
Yeah, we adopted it.
when you adopted it. So it's one of those, it's been there, it's just changing a couple of words, few words. Okay.
I would add, the language says in the absence, and this whole phenomena of meeting through Zoom and Teams and stuff has kind of come since then. So I think when this was adopted, that probably wasn't really conceived of. So that's what I think we're trying to deal with is.
And I personally don't think Neil has touched it because Neil sees that the chair can be away and still run the meeting. That's why I don't think Neil has touched it, because we are now in the Zoom phenomenon. But it can be changed. I don't, it doesn't bother me. All right. I believe that's Mr. Chapman. Thank you very much. You were used and abused a lot today. You deserve a good weekend. Spent a lot of time up at the podium. And that's our fifth one, 5 today. Good job, everybody. It's a good day. Good workshop. When's next meeting? Not till
14th of November?
the 6th? No, we have a Regular meeting is 14th, but we have 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We have, yeah, November 9th. And then the next day is workshop.
November 9th.
November 9th, Thursday the 9th is the workshop,
Yeah.
because the 10th is
The
a
mass-
federal holiday.
Oh, that's
And then-
right.
And then the following week, November
14th.
14th,
Master Board
the-
17th.
is the regular meeting,
Yeah.
and then the
I
17th.
will not
Yep.
be here for the workshop.
On the 9th?
No.
Okay.
I won't be here.
Can you get in Zoom?
Try not to have to dig this out.
Maybe I could Zoom it, I don't know.
That's what I'm gonna come back a day early from the Florida School Finance Officer Association.
We added it to the 9th when the 17th was put for our
Right.
master board.
Did, Ms. Cox, you called me to see if that, are you making it later in the day, or?
Yeah, we
you
said 10
changed the
o'clock.
time? To 10 o'clock, okay. Because I don't know if I'm coming home the night before or
Okay,
that morning.
that morning.
Yeah.
All right, with that, have a good weekend. We are adjourned.